avais demandé au CL, comité de ministres?
J'ai demandé Marc. J'ai demandé en gros et aussi en bas.
En bas.
Je vais peut-être voir si on peut prendre.
Ouais, faut demander à l'actuel. Mais au comité de ministres, j'ai trouvé, on a 2 ou 3 personnes.
J'ai demandé
Ouais, c'était moi. En haut.
Ah, ok.
Ouais.
Ok.
Je me souviens, ouais. Alors, demandez à l'accueil en bas. À l'accueil.
Ah oui,
Ouais, parce que tout est centralisé là-bas. Hein?
Ça marche.
Ça va pas.
It's okay. I see, okay, I don't really from that one. But I'm happy to see.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sitting is open. I remind members that in order to be registered for the sitting, you should insert your badge when you take your seat. and keep it inserted for at least 30 seconds. You should also insert your badge in order to speak or vote. To request the floor, please press the request button once. I also remind members that the Assembly agreed on Monday that the speaking time in all debates today will be 3 minutes for spokespersons or political groups and 2 minutes for all other speakers. The first item of business this afternoon is the continuation of the debate on the report titled Protecting Democracy from Disruptions Caused by Artificial Intelligence, doc number 16417, presented by Ms. Deborah Bergamini, on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. The debate must conclude at 4:15 p.m., so I propose to interrupt the list of speakers at about 4:10 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. In the debate, I call next Ms. Olena Moshenets.
Sorry, no, Mr. Ismail.
Oh, sorry. No. I'm sorry. I call next Madame Louise Morel, please.
Merci Madame la Présidente, chers collègues. Hier en France, nous avons rendu hommage à Marc Bloch, qui est entré au Panthéon, professeur à l'université de Strasbourg, résistant, fusillé par la Gestapo en 1944. Il consacra sa vie à comprendre son époque et à rechercher la vérité derrière les apparences. Sa devise était simple, dilexit veritatem, il a choisi la vérité. Alors pourquoi commencer par Marc Bloch dans un discours et dans une prise de parole sur l'intelligence artificielle? Parce qu'au fond, la question qui se pose aujourd'hui à nos démocraties n'est pas si différente de celle qui l'affrontait dans une époque marquée par la propagande et la manipulation. Comment préserver notre capacité collective à distinguer le vrai du faux? C'est tout le paradoxe de l'intelligence artificielle. D'un côté, nous aurions tort d'en avoir peur. L'IA améliore déjà la vie de millions de personnes. Elle facilite l'accès aux services publics, accélère la recherche scientifique, aide les médecins, soutient nos entreprises et peut contribuer à répondre aux grands défis de notre temps. Mais précisément parce qu'elle est puissante, nous devons en encadrer l'usage. Je crois que le véritable enjeu n'est pas seulement technologique ou juridique, il est d'abord éthique. La question n'est pas seulement de savoir ce que l'intelligence artificielle peut faire. La question est de savoir ce que nous voulons qu'elle fasse et ce que nous refusons qu'elle fasse. Oui à l'IA, par exemple, pour apprendre, mais non à l'IA pour remplacer le contrôle des connaissances. Oui à l'IA pour innover, mais seulement avec une transparence totale sur l'origine des travaux produits. Oui à l'IA comme outil de création, mais seulement dans le respect des auteurs et des œuvres. Et c'est finalement à travers la défense de principes simples que nous pourrons protéger notre démocratie face à l'intelligence artificielle, transparence plutôt que l'opacité, l'esprit critique plutôt que la crédulité, la vérité face à la manipulation. Marc Bloch a défendu en son temps ces principes dans l'une des périodes les plus sombres de notre histoire. C'est en restant, je le crois, fidèle à cet héritage de lui comme de tant d'autres qui nous ont montré la voie dans le passé que nous protégerons nos démocraties à l'ère de l'intelligence artificielle pour notre présent et notre futur. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. And the next speaker, I call Ms. Busic, please.
Thank you, Madam President. And my congratulations to Madame Bergamini for this really timely report. Owing to technological advances, artificial intelligence has become a very powerful tool, accessing enormous amount of data and increasing computing power. Although it may bring many benefits, artificial intelligence poses real threat to democratic institutions and political processes. And I would like to focus on how AI technology presents multiple risks to our democracies. With unprecedented proliferation of fake news, fake contents, fake identities, fake anything that we can imagine, we are constantly struggling to discern real from fabricated information. Proliferation of fabricated news erodes public trust in governments and public institutions, which dangerously undermines our democratic systems, adversely influencing democratic processes using harmful narrative tailored to anyone's specific needs. Namely, artificial intelligence is reshaping our our decision-making process because we increasingly rely on artificially generated information to make decisions of crucial importance. In addition, artificial intelligence can track our behavior, track our preferences, can create content that stimulates our emotions in order to manipulate us. If artificial algorithms feed fake information with persuasive political content, they ultimately distort our perception and limit our informed information. Thus, if the troubling scenario, we should be cautious that in our future dystopian world, algocracy replaces democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Baker, please.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I congratulate the rapporteur on this excellent report on the risks and the opportunities of advances in artificial intelligence technologies. In the United Kingdom, recently announced plans to restrict access by under 16-year-olds to social media, partly because of the risks caused to them by the use of artificial intelligence technology online. But this is not just an issue for young people, but for the whole of our society. The potential significant benefits of developing AI technologies are clear in healthcare, in our economies, and opportunities to improve access to rights for groups such as disabled people. But the threats to our democracies are clear as well. AI deepfake content used to attack politicians, particularly female politicians, algorithms promoting misinformation. During the recent UK Parliament by-election in Makerfield, in north of England, the Labour Party candidate Andy Burnham achieved a brilliant victory against the far right, but that was despite the fact that misinformation on local news on online platforms quadrupled during that election. AI can be deployed to help identify misinformation, but without regulation, it can propagate it as well. AI is also redefining our cybersecurity landscape and threats to state infrastructures, which is why UK parliamentarians have urged our government to establish powers for ministers to direct the shutdown of data centres or AI systems deployed in the UK in the event of national AI security emergencies. This report states that it's a fallacious argument that regulation is an impediment to innovation for AI. And it is the Council of Europe which has led the way in this vital issue with the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law, the first ever legally binding treaty in this field. So this Assembly must continue our vital role in promoting the need globally for effective regulation and responsible development of AI technologies in the future.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Ms. Sachanidou.
Thank you, Madam President. The UK Electoral Commission reported that during the 2024 general election, 25% of voters surveyed reported seeing or hearing a deep fake. Now, I'd be interested to know what proportion of the voters saw the deep fake and actually thought it was real. The questions of what is true, what is false, and how do we know go to the root of our democracy. Because, as C.P. Scott, the long-serving editor of the Manchester Guardian, now the Guardian newspaper, said, facts are sacred. And opinions are based on facts. So if facts are misrepresented by AI, the public's opinions are distorted. And those distorting the facts control public opinion. And public opinion determines who votes in our elections and determines the power in our nations. The report rightly highlights the risks that AI poses to our democracies, and I too am deeply concerned about the risks posed to democracy by AI being used to wage disinformation campaigns, whether by hostile states or extremists. And let's also remember that the more we become reliant on AI, the more we are not practicing our own research and critical thinking skills, which are absolutely key core skills for being a purposeful participant in any democracy. And as many others have said, it's crucial that our systems educate our societies properly, enabling them to be AI literate. So many of the most advanced AI systems are being developed in the USA and China. And so we must ask ourselves, where is Europe? We must catch up and see AI development as a core part of developing our technological sovereignty. The report is right that AI can obviously produce huge benefits for our democratic citizenry, and AI can help people to be better informed, which of course can improve the quality of our democracy. It can also help improve public service delivery. For example, the UK justice system is looking at how we can use AI to improve access to legal advice, improving access to justice. But we must ultimately use this tool to improve citizenry's trust in the system of democracy, which, as we know, is fraying across Europe. So technology can help us to renew democracy, but we must act to make sure it works to our benefit and not to our detriment.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughan, and my apologies for not announcing you. And next speaker, Ms. Belozir Larissa. Thank you.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Madam Bergamini, for this truly urgent report, because artificial intelligence is reshaping our democracies today at the speed that our regulations simply cannot match. And I'm currently working on as a rapporteur and preparing opinion of Migration Committee on the role of OECD in assessing the impact of artificial intelligence on the future of work. And I can tell that we are falling behind our governments, our parliaments. According to researchers, AI companies have grown less transparent in 2025, not more. We know less about how these systems are built, how they are trained and monitored that we did years ago. We all are aware of the risk of AI. AI bot farms flood the internet with disinformation, deepfakes impersonate politicians, harass women, destroy reputations, and AI chatbots, as a recent study in Canada and the United States demonstrated, can be used to persuade people to change their votes. And we don't have to forget about also Moldovan parliamentary election, Romanian parliamentary elections, presidential elections, when we witnesses this. On the 5th of December 2024, the Council of Europe adopted the world's first legally binding international AI treaty, the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights, Democracy and Rule of Law. And do you know what? Only 70 countries signed this treaty. Two years passed, and only 5 ratified. Yes, it entered into force, but I urge our countries, member states, to ratify and sign this Convention of Council of Europe. AI must assist human in making decisions, but must never replace human responsibility, and it's very important. AI is a tool in service of people, not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, I call Ms. Jaslowiecka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A report Ms. Bergamini clearly demonstrates that artificial intelligence does not pose a threat in itself. The danger lies how it's used and the absence of appropriate rules to ensure a transparency, accountability, and the protection of human rights. Let me repeat. First, people. AI using personal data to profile citizens. Algorithms are becoming increasingly adept at understanding our emotions, behaviors, and views. We receive information that reinforce our existing beliefs rather than encouraging us to explore diverse perspectives. This results in the creation of closed information bubbles, closes our eyes to the world of values. Second, democracy. Disinformation and increasing ease of creating fake content can undermine trust in public institutions and lead to the deliberate misleading of citizens. We see examples around the world today of how easily countries can turn authoritarian. We must keep in mind strong public institutions and their credibility are crucial to prevent this. At the end, let me remind you, 2 years ago, the Council of Europe adopted the Convention of Artificial Intelligence. To date, the only 20 countries, and with them the European Union on behalf of their member states, have signed the Convention, and the only European Union to have ratified it. So is the time to go to our countries and properly navigate complexity of AI revolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Ms. Manastirliu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by commending the rapporteur for this timely and important report. When we speak about artificial intelligence and democracy, we often focus on technology itself, but the real challenge is not technology. The real challenge is people. It is our collective capacity as citizens to distinguish facts from manipulation, information from noise, and truth from fiction. Democracy depends on citizens forming opinions on the basis of facts and informed deliberation. When facts become difficult to identify, democratic decision-making becomes profoundly vulnerable. For this reason, AI must be regulated, otherwise it poses a fundamental challenge to democratic processes. Albania is a country that is moving steadily towards European Union membership. It is already taking concrete steps in aligning its digital government with European standards, investing in AI-driven public services and digital literacy. In this regard, Albania is actively working to embed digital and media literacy into its educational system, including through the civic education curriculum. We are investing significantly in digital public services through the Albania platform, and we are exploring innovative tools to enhance transparency, efficiency, and public access to information. Colleagues, the future of democracy will be decided by how well we equip our people to navigate them. In this regard, laws and regulation matters. But what matters the most is the investment we must all make, not only in technology, but in people. That is how we protect democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Ms. Binda Keller.
Ja, sehr geehrte Frau Vorsitzende, liebe Kolleginnen, liebe Kollegen. Wenn man wissen will, wer ist KI, fragt man KI, wer ist KI? Hätte mir KI geantwortet, was ist denn das für eine idiotische Frage? Hätte ich gewusst, das ist nicht KI. KI verliert die Nerven nicht. Ihr GPS beispielsweise können Sie auch nicht ärgern, wenn Sie extra falsch fahren. Die Stimme bleibt sich gleich. Also zu meiner Frage an KI, wer ist KI, sagte mir KI geduldig, als wäre ich ein Kind. KI ist kein Wer, sondern ein Was. KI hat keinen Körper, keine Gefühle, keine eigenen Wünsche, keine Familie oder Freunde. KI ist ein schlauer Computerhelfer, aber kein Mensch. KI kann eine Katze zeichnen, aber keine Katze erschaffen. Aber KI kann Demokratien gefährden, frage ich. KI war überzeugt, dass ich ein Kind bin und sagte, dass du eine solche Frage stellst, ist ein gutes Zeichen für Demokratie. Demokratie lebt davon, dass Menschen kritisch hinterfragen, Informationen prüfen und sich eine eigene Meinung bilden. Ich bin geschmeichelt. Man bekommt ja gerne Komplimente. Und deshalb überliefere ich Ihnen gerne auch eines. Die Kollegen, die diesen Bericht geschrieben haben. Der Bericht listet bedacht die Chancen der KI auf und weist ebenso bedacht auf die Gefahren hin. Sie haben sich ausgiebig mit den Handlungsfeldern beschäftigt, wenn es um Angriffe auf die Grundlagen dessen geht, was Rechtsstaaten und Demokratien ausmachen. KI ist nicht selbst für oder gegen Demokratie. Demokratien sind nicht machtlos. Wir mit Hirnen aus Fleisch und Blut müssen Manipulation erkennen und ihr entgegenwirken. Ja, es gibt Chancen und Risiken. Entscheidend ist, welche Regeln eine Gesellschaft dafür festlegt, dass die Technik dem Menschen dient und nicht umgekehrt. Und dies wiederum für den maximalen Fortschritt, die maximale Entwicklung und die maximale Wohlfahrt der Menschheit. Danke.
Thank you. And the next speaker I call Ms. Moshenets. Please.
Thank you. I thank the rapporteur for this important document. I fully support equal importance of the continued development and implementation of AI, as well as the need to establish clear requirements and boundaries that must not be crossed. Ukraine implements AI in public administration, education, security and defense, legal framework and European integration. For example, AI allows Ukrainians getting and providing public services quickly, helps analyzing the EU legal acts, and is vital on the front lines. AI is integrated into the public procurement system as a digital auditor. Its main task is to automatically detect violations and access risks with the public procurement system. We are also grateful to the speaker for highlighting the large-scale disinformation campaigns carried out by Russia to spread the Kremlin's narratives and manipulate foreign audiences. These campaigns are created with the help of AI. Russian disinformation is a major industry aimed at undermining democratic institutions, justifying war crimes, and manipulating public opinion both in Ukraine and abroad. Therefore, Ukraine is actively using AI to strengthen cybersecurity, detect cyber attacks and counter enemy information operation. Of particular relevance to Ukraine is the use of AI to detect disinformation, fake news, and deepfakes, which pose a threat to national security and social stability. The successful implementation of AI technology is possible only if the principles of the rule of law, the protection of human rights, and democratic oversight of their use are upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Madame Regol. Yes, and the next speaker, I call Mr. Haidu, please.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, I believe that the dangers around AI are to some extent misunderstood. There are essentially two main dangers for Europe and for our values. One is that Europe becomes irrelevant in the AI game, and the other is that AI, the future AI systems, will have hardwired values which are incompatible with our values. Essentially, this boils down to two things. One is that capacity without values, which some of our adversaries have, is dangerous. And values without capacity, which is what we have currently in Europe, is powerless. This report rightly addresses the risks around regulation, but regulating systems built somewhere else is not sovereignty, and Europe needs sovereignty in the AI arena. Europe must build, use, and understand AI. That means we need to be able to experiment with it, and we need to have the capacity. And this is why I also proposed an amendment on capacity. We need more compute, we need more European models, we need enough energy in Europe, and we need data and talent in Europe. Without this, we will not have anything to regulate. This will also prevent unilateral dependencies. And in this context, it's also important to point out, I come from Hungary, not one of the biggest member states, that we need to have equitable access to smaller member states and to small and medium-sized enterprises within Europe. And we have to have enough capacity inside Europe altogether, that we have enough weight to negotiate with the others as a partner and not as a colony. The other fear is that AI gets hardwired values which are incompatible with ours, and the same answer is there. We need to keep a European AI which remains open for correction, where human experience remains the ultimate benchmark, and where we are there at the development. If we are absent from development, we cannot shape outcomes, and then AI can amplify humanity's worst, whereas we want AI to amplify what is best in humanity. For this, Europe must be at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Plavakova. Please. Sorry, she's absent. We go on with the next speaker. I call Mr. Küger. also absent. And we continue. I call Mr. Casey, please.
Guger.
Ah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Guger, please. Here we go.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, democracy is built on trust. Trust in facts, trust in institutions, and above all, trust in every person's ability to make free and informed decisions. Today, that very foundation faces a new challenge: artificial intelligence. AI is transforming our world at an unprecedented pace. It can detect disease earlier, make education more accessible, and strengthen citizens' participation in political decision-making. It can explain complex issues and give a voice to people who have too often gone unheard. These are tremendous opportunities. But every great opportunity comes with a great responsibility. The same technology that informs can also manipulate. Deepfakes can blur the line between truth and fiction. Algorithms can reinforce bias, spread disinformation, and deepen polarization. If we fail to act, we risk a future where decisions are shaped not by stronger arguments, but by more powerful machines. The key question is therefore not whether we want artificial intelligence, it's already part of our lives. The real question is who controls it and by which rules? Democracy must never be replaced by technology. Decisions about our societies must remain in human hands, transparent, accountable, and democratically legitimated. AI should support, advise, and empower us, but it must never decide our freedoms or rights, our political future. Europe carries a special responsibility. Our values, human dignity, the rule of law, and democracy must remain at the heart of the digital age. Innovation and protection are not opposites, they go hand in hand. Let us therefore be guided not by fear, but by courage, not by blind faith in progress, but by responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Patrick Casey.
Colleagues, artificial intelligence is no longer a distant challenge. It is a direct test to our democracy resilience. The Assembly report is unequivocal. AI is already being weaponised to distort public debate, manipulate voters, and undermine trust in the democratic institution. As the report warns, deepfakes and other synthetic content can be used to spread fake news, hate speech, and diverse content. And micro-targeting contributes to the creation of echo chambers. These are not theoretical risks, they are now happening across Europe every day. If we fail to act with urgency, we will risk allowing other information space to be shaped not by democratic deliberations, but opaque algorithms, foreign interference, and unaccountable private actors. The report makes this clear. AI systems depend on massive data sheets, and the misuse of personal data can be exploited for mass surveillance, predictive policing, and censoring political opinions. This is a direct threat to the democratic freedom this organisation exists to defend. Across Europe, national institutions are stepping up independent electoral commissions, media regulations, ethic bodies, and data protection authorities, and are working to protect elections, ensuring transparency in political and communications, and to counter online manipulation. These efforts matter, but they are not enough on their own. AI does not respect borders. Disinformation does not stop at national frontiers. Our response cannot be fragmented or timid. At local and regional level, the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities have highlighted both the promise and the perils of AI. AI can improve services, strengthen participation, and support evidence-based policy, but only if it remains human-centred, transparent, and accountable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, I call Mr. Akalin. Please.
Dear colleagues, first of all, thanks Sergio for this extensive report and the rapporteur. Yes, artificial intelligence is transforming our societies at an unprecedented pace. It offers tremendous opportunities for innovation, education, healthcare, and economic growth. Yet alongside these benefits, AI may also present serious risks to our democratic institutions and to the most vulnerable members of our societies. We are witnessing how AI can be used to spread disinformation, create sophisticated deepfakes, manipulate public opinion, and undermine trust in elections and democratic processes. Our response should not be one of fear, but responsibility. Democracy and innovation are not opposing forces. We must ensure that artificial intelligence serves humanity and strengthens democratic values rather than weakening them. To achieve this, we need robust safeguards. AI-generated content should be clearly labeled and traceable to combat deepfakes and misinformation. Independent audits and the transparency requirements should ensure that algorithms are free from bias and discrimination. Human oversight must remain central to decisions affecting people's rights and freedoms. The Council of Europe has a vital role in developing common standards based on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. AI should empower citizens, not deceive them, protect the vulnerable, not exploit them, and strengthen democracy, not disrupt it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches on members of the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. Speeches must not exceed 400 words. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I now call Ms. Deborah Bergamini, Rapporteur, to reply. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. First of all, in these few minutes, I want to thank all of you colleagues for providing an extremely high quality of contributions to this debate, which is indeed very, very timely. Of course, many of you underlined the transformative capacity of AI and its pervasiveness. And this transformation can even change the perception of reality, can even change human being. And many of you underlined these aspects about how to redefine human centrality with respect to the most critical moment in the history of relation between human beings and technology, with a technology that for the very first time is so powerful as to become even self-generative. So something unheard of and something that calls for solutions that are still to be found together. And when it comes to human centrality, I wish to devote a few moments to the very important intervention by Minister Kallas about education. The main point that she stated is that we will have to educate ourselves to handle AI. And this not only regards the younger generation, but all of us. So, and this is another element for how to perceive the centrality of human being through the education issue. And then many of you talked about sovereignty with respect to AI. And this is really an important aspect of this report about a possible European sovereignty that today does not exist. Many of you have remarked this. But it will have to exist. We need to build a true ecosystem of AI in Europe. Otherwise, we will be at the sidelines. And being at the sidelines will mean being at the sidelines in the future world. I think that after listening to many of you, us as politicians, we should learned to consider AI, ChatGPT or Claude, as a competitor. Many of you said, well, I asked, before giving this intervention, I asked ChatGPT what to say. Well, I think that if we start consider ChatGPT as a competitor to us politicians, this will definitely help us to raise the quality of public discourse, the quality of political debate in our country, in our parliaments, and this will probably help all of us prevent our citizens from resorting to ChatGPT to decide what they are going to vote. So I'm very thankful. The report is about all these issues, and I think that Council of Europe Assembly is doing an amazing work with respect to AI relevance in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bergamini. Does the chairperson of the committee, Ms. Elisabetta Gardini, wish to speak? You may have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy, I would like to thank our rapporteur, Deborah Bergamini, for her excellent work on a subject that is becoming one of the defining challenges of our time. Artificial intelligence is transforming our societies at extraordinary speed. It offers enormous opportunities for innovation, economic growth, and better public services. But it also raises profound questions for democracy. The issue before us is not whether we are in favor of artificial intelligence or against it. The real question is whether democratic institutions will remain strong enough to govern this technological revolution according to our values. Democracy depends on informed citizens, free elections, open debate, and trust in public institutions. Artificial intelligence can strengthen these foundations, but it can also weaken them. Deepfakes, automated disinformation campaigns, foreign interference, manipulation of public opinion, and the concentration of technological power in the hands of a few actors are no longer theoretical risks. They are realities that democratic societies are already facing. At the same time, we should avoid the temptation to see artificial intelligence only as a threat. Used responsibly, AI can improve access to information, help public administrations serve citizens more effectively, and encourage greater democratic participation. Our task, therefore, is not to stop innovation. Our task is to ensure that innovation remains compatible with democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. This is precisely where the Council of Europe has a unique role to play. For more than 75 years, our organization has worked to ensure that technological and social change remain anchored in fundamental values. The Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence is an example of that mission and an example of European leadership. Colleagues, technological progress should serve people, not replace them. Algorithms may assist decision-making, but they cannot replace democratic accountability. Innovation may accelerate change, but it cannot replace human responsibility. For these reasons, I hope that the Assembly will give strong support to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gardini. The debate is now closed. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft resolution document number 16417, to which 3 amendments have been tabled. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1, 2, and 3 to the draft resolution document 16417, which were anonymously approved by the committee, be declared as definitively approved. Is that so, Ms. Gardini? This one, yeah. Amendments 1, 2, and 3. If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be approved Is there an objection?
No.
Amendments 1, 2, and 3 to the draft resolution and therefore approved and will not be called.
Page 10.
We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16417. As amended, a simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16417 as amended is adopted. Thank you all.
The agenda item is the debate on the report titled Silencing Critical Voices in Azerbaijan, document 16414, presented by Mr. Christophe Lacroix on behalf of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. We will then hear from Mr. Andreas Krivroy, who will present an opinion on behalf of the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media, document 16436. In order to finish by 5:25 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers about 5 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call Mr. Lacroix, rapporteur. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, nous tenons ce débat dans un contexte difficile à la suite de la non-ratification de la délégation azerbaïdjanaise de 2024. L'Azerbaïdjan a choisi de ne pas soumettre les pouvoirs de sa délégation 2 années de suite, 2025-2026. De nombreux membres de cette Assemblée, dont moi-même, ont été déclarés personae non grata dans ce pays. Néanmoins, notre responsabilité, la responsabilité de cette Assemblée, ne disparaît pas lorsque le dialogue devient difficile ou lorsqu'il est rompu de façon totalement délibérée. Au contraire, nous devons très sincèrement au peuple d'Azerbaïdjan de porter sa voix lorsqu'il ne peut parler pour lui-même. C'est notre responsabilité, mais c'est aussi et surtout notre devoir. Mon rapport porte un titre d'une justesse douloureuse, « Réduire au silence les voix critiques en Azerbaïdjan ». Il ne traite pas d'incidents isolés, pas d'injustices ponctuelles, mais d'un phénomène systémique et j'oserais dire totalitaire, d'étouffement de l'espace civique, de criminalisation du journalisme indépendant, d'éradication de la dissidence et de démantèlement progressif des droits humains. Il met en lumière une crise grave qui s'est enracinée profondément au sein d'un État membre du Conseil de l'Europe, tenu de respecter la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme, et qui pourtant, devant nos yeux, la viole avec détermination, avec cynisme, avec cruauté, sous le regard parfois beaucoup trop complaisant et hypocrite d'une bonne partie de la communauté internationale. Et pour mesurer la gravité de cette crise, il suffit de rappeler que dans le dernier classement mondial de la liberté de la presse, publié par Reporters sans frontières, l'Azerbaïdjan se classe au 171e rang sur 180 pays. Que ce chiffre résonne dans ce sanctuaire des droits humains, un État membre du Conseil de l'Europe occupe la 171e place du classement mondial de la liberté de la presse. Ce classement n'a rien d'accidentel, il est la conséquence directe d'un cadre législatif répressif instauré au cours de la dernière décennie pour régir les médias, les partis politiques et les organisations non gouvernementales. À ce jour, pas un seul média n'opère à l'intérieur des frontières de l'Azerbaïdjan. Il n'existe pas de véritable opposition. Les militants anticorruption sont emprisonnés. Les organisations de la société civile ne peuvent pas fonctionner. Nous savons trop bien que lorsque les institutions indépendantes sont démantelées, des vies peuvent être brisées. Il serait facile de se contenter d'énoncer le nombre de prisonniers politiques, signalés de journalistes arbitrairement détenus, d'opposants, de chercheurs universitaires comme Barou Samadov, de militants de la société civile ou de défenseurs des droits de l'homme, emprisonnés mais aussi torturés. Mais derrière chaque chiffre, il y a une vie humaine, il y a une famille détruite, une voix réduite au silence. Ces personnes paient un prix immense, le prix de la résistance, et pour avoir exercé leur liberté d'expression, qui est un droit fondamental. Mais permettez-moi d'en évoquer quelques-unes de ces personnes. Je penserai à Anar Mamadli, éminent défenseur des droits de l'homme, observateur électoral et lauréat du prix des droits de l'homme Václav Havel en 2014. La Cour européenne des droits de l'homme a déjà jugé que sa précédente détention était une tentative politique motivée de le réduire au silence. Pourtant, en avril 2024, peu après que son organisation a signalé des irrégularités lors de l'élection présidentielle, il a de nouveau été arrêté. Et aujourd'hui, les autorités le traitent comme un récidiviste, utilisant contre lui sa précédente condamnation à motivation politique, en violation totale de leur obligation d'exécuter le précédent arrêt de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. Voyez aussi le sort d'Ulvi Hassanli, rédacteur en chef du média indépendant Absas Media. Monsieur Hassanli a témoigné devant nous, devant notre commission des questions juridiques et des droits de l'homme, au sujet des dangers auxquels sont confrontés les journalistes dans son pays, pour avoir révélé par un journalisme d'investigation indépendant la corruption au plus haut niveau du gouvernement. Monsieur Ulvi et son équipe ont été arrêtés sur la base d'accusations de contrebande montées de toutes pièces, puis condamnés à de lourdes peines de prison. Monsieur Hassanli a écopé de 9 ans d'emprisonnement. La répression a atteint des profondeurs encore plus sombres, encore plus inacceptables. Elle s'attaque aujourd'hui aux femmes. 9 femmes journalistes actuellement emprisonnées en Azerbaïdjan. Ces femmes auraient été victimes de harcèlement, de contacts physiques non consentis, ainsi que de menaces explicites de viol et de violences sexuelles proférées par des gardiens de prison. Mesdames, Messieurs, mes chers collègues, il ne s'agit plus seulement d'une violation du droit politique, c'est une attaque totalement calculée contre la dignité humaine, utilisée comme une arme pour briser la volonté de femmes journalistes indépendantes qui ont osé dire la vérité. C'est une entreprise terrible de déshumanisation, de destruction. On touche, mes chers collègues, à l'ignoble, à ce que l'être humain peut produire de pire. Face à ces violations graves, le gouvernement de l'Azerbaïdjan a choisi la voie de l'isolement volontaire et de la non-coopération. Il a refusé de soumettre les pouvoirs de sa délégation parlementaire pour 2025 et 2026 et il nous a empêchés d'effectuer des visites d'enquête et a déclaré des membres de cette assemblée personae non grata. Plus préoccupant encore, le président Aliyev a annoncé que l'Azerbaïdjan ne reconnaîtrait plus ni n'exécuterait les arrêts de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme qui ont pourtant une force obligatoire. Et pourtant, malgré cette hostilité ouverte, malgré les graves violations par l'Azerbaïdjan de ses obligations juridiques, cette Assemblée ne doit pas fermer la porte. Notre objectif n'est pas de rompre durablement notre relation, mais de trouver les moyens de rétablir l'état de droit et le respect des droits humains en Azerbaïdjan, même si ce cheminement est difficile. Et donc, nous allons, à travers ce rapport, également appeler le secrétaire général du Conseil de l'Europe à faire usage de ses pouvoirs au titre de l'article 52 de la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme. En d'autres mots, le secrétaire général doit obtenir, chers collègues, des explications sur la manière dont leur droit interne garantit la mise en œuvre effective de la Convention. J'invite donc l'Assemblée à soutenir ce rapport pour les journalistes qui ont été emprisonnés, les militants qui ont été pris pour cible et les citoyens d'Azerbaïdjan qui méritent encore la pleine protection des droits que notre organisation a été créée pour défendre. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lagros. I now call Mr. Griffroy for the opinion from the Committee of Culture, Science, Education and Media. You have 3 minutes.
Dear colleagues, I would like to congratulate Mr. Christophe Lacroix for his excellent report on silencing critical voices in Azerbaijan for the Committee on Legal Affairs, and I support his conclusions and proposals. In particular, I joined the urgent call on Azerbaijan to respect its international obligations and to cease the threats, intimidation and prosecution of journalists, ensure the immediate release of those who are in detention, and properly investigate all crimes committed against them. In my view, the draft resolution included in Mr. Lacroix's report accurately describes the situation in Azerbaijan as a blatant and systemic disregard for freedom of expression as guaranteed by Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights. The whole media sector in Azerbaijan is captured by the state. According to Reporters Without Borders, no independent television or radio is transmitted from within the country, and all print newspapers with a critical stance have been shut down. Most independent news sites are based abroad and are targeted by state censorship. The Council of Europe's platform to promote the protection of journalism and safety of journalists registered 2 cases of impunity for murder of journalists and 36 journalists currently in detention, including Ulvi Hassanli, editor-in-chief of Absas Media, a runner-up for the 2025 Václav Havel Human Rights Prize. Furthermore, at least 2 systematic alerts One on persisting concerns over the independence of Iktimai Television, Azerbaijan's public broadcaster, with no reply so far from the state, and another one regarding the lack of adequate protection under defamation and insult laws and practice. Otherwise, I share the regret that Azerbaijan chose not to participate in the work of the Assembly by failing to submit its delegation's credential for the years 2025 and 2026, as well as the disbelief as to Azerbaijan's willingness to abide by its membership obligations. As stressed by the draft resolution, the authorities of Azerbaijan should not use the decision not to submit a parliamentary delegation to the Assembly as pretext not to fully abide by their obligations and commitments as a member state and as a state party to Council of Europe treaties. Finally, I strongly support the draft resolution's proposal that the Secretary General of the Council of Europe make use of the powers conferred upon him under Article 52 of the European Convention on Human Rights in order to obtain from the Azerbaijani authorities explanations as to how their internal law ensures the effective implementation of the Convention. And for these reasons, I invite you to support Mr. Lacroix's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffroy. I remind the Assembly that speaking time is limited to 3 minutes for spokespersons for the political groups and 2 minutes for other members. In the debate, I call first on behalf of the political groups from EPP, Mr. Pablo Hispain.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to start this intervention in the name of the EPP, saying that we are going to support the report, to congratulate the rapporteur, and also to say that this serious engagement that his proposal, I think, is what we should do. There is a famous quote of a Latin writer of Cicero: "How long, Catiline, will you abuse of our passion?" I think that we can say the same about what is happening in Azerbaijan. We know that Azerbaijan is a key country for Europe. In this international situation, they have a very important resource. Gas is the issue that there are some countries some people that believe that real politics should be the key issue in how to engage with Azerbaijan. Also, we know how other institutions, United Nations also, blank Azerbaijan. We remember that some years ago there was a COP in Azerbaijan, and also we see that there is a Grand Prix of Formula One and so on. So they are moving in the international arena in a very smart way. But we are a very different institution. We are institutions of principles and values. We're an institution about rule of law. We are an institution about human rights. And I think that this is what we need to ask Azerbaijan. Do you want to engage? Do you want to accomplish with the values, the principles of these institutions, or not? I think it's very easy, the question, and it's very well asked in the report. And also, one issue. The Council of Europe has an office in Azerbaijan with, I don't know, 20 people, 30 people. What they are doing? Can they speak about freedom of speech? Can they work about, for example, Istanbul Convention? Can they work about the issues that are approved in this assembly, or they cannot? They cannot engage in the civil society in Azerbaijan in those issues, because what is not acceptable is that we have resources in Baku, but those resources cannot work with the principles and about the principles and values that we defend in this assembly. So congratulations to the rapporteur, and I think that this strong message that you are proposing will be taken on account for those that you have asked to engage with them. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of ECPA, Mr. Alexei Goncharenko, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Chairman. Thank you, dear colleagues. And I want to be frank with you. I will not vote for this report. And I will explain you why. Not because I don't care about democracy, rule of law, and human rights. I do care about them, and that's why I will not vote for this report today. I think it's not the best moment to have this report. We need to answer one question. What is our aim? If our aim is to get rid of Azerbaijan from this organization, then we are on the right way with this report. Because we all know what the reaction will be from the Azeri government on this report. Is this our aim? Or we have a different aim? And I think we should have a different aim. And we need to do everything we can to keep Azerbaijan inside, especially now. Why now? Yes, because I do care about democracy, human rights, and rule of law. And what is the worst for democracy, human rights, and rule of law? It's the war. For decades here, we were witnessing the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. That was what's going on. Now we have a historical chance of long-lasting peace in South Caucasus, especially after last Armenian elections, where Armenian people voted for peace. That is so important. And let us be part of this. Let us be one of guarantors of this. Council of Europe, long-lasting peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia. What aim can be more noble and more important according to our values? Secondly, let's take a look about what's going on in the world right now. Do Azerbaijan have problems with democracy, human rights, and rule of law? Yes, they do. Absolutely. But let us be frank. I am from Ukraine. We also have problems with democracy, rule of law, and human rights. And let us take a look at all other countries which are sitting here. Some problems are everywhere. But yes, you will tell me the scale of the problems can be different. Agree. But the map of geography can be different too. Our rapporteur is from Belgium. Belgium is very close in size with Azerbaijan by population. Who are the neighbors of Belgium? Netherlands, Luxembourg, France? Wonderful. Who are the neighbors of Azerbaijan? Russian Empire and Iran with a crazy regime. Yes, this is a pragmatic view, but that is also truth. Azerbaijan today is on the right side of the only line which matters right now. Axis of Moscow and Tehran, and Azerbaijan doesn't want to be there. That's very important. And now I address to Azeri people. You see, I think I am a real friend of Azerbaijan, but I want to tell you, your future is also with Europe. Be part of this organization. It's very important for you. Today you feel strong, and that is great. But who knows what will be tomorrow? And we Ukrainians understand it's better, because Russia looks at Azerbaijan the same way they look at Ukraine, as if they're a colony. So be with us. Be strong with us. That is the future of Azerbaijan, and that's what you need, and we need Azerbaijan here. Esh Kalsun, Azerbaijan.
Thank you. And now on behalf of ALDE, Mr. Dominic Opperhofer, you have the floor.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, lieber Herr Kollege, lieber Oleksiy. Vieles, was du gesagt hast, das kann ich durchwegs verstehen. Das sind Argumente, die man in den Medien und in der öffentlichen Debatte immer wieder hört. Es geht um Stabilität, es geht um Sicherheit, aber es geht vor allem um das Geschäft. Es geht vor allem darum, dass sich der Aserbaidschan natürlich in den letzten Jahren wirtschaftlich großartig entwickelt hat. Keine Frage, braucht man gar nicht darüber diskutieren. Und natürlich ist es für uns zum Beispiel als Österreicherinnen und Österreicher auch praktisch, dass wir jetzt einen neuen Energielieferanten gefunden haben. Auch das bestreite ich gar nicht. Aber wo wir hier im Europarat hinschauen müssen, das ist die Tatsache, dass über 400 Menschen heute in Aserbaidschan im Gefängnis sitzen, als politische Häftlinge. Und zwar Oppositionspolitikerinnen und Politiker, Journalistinnen und Journalisten, Blogger, aber vor allem auch religiöse Minderheiten sind davon betroffen. Und jetzt frage ich dich ganz ehrlich, in der Ukraine glaube ich nicht, dass es diese politischen Häftlinge gibt. Ich bin ein Liberaler. Und ich stehe dazu, ich mache gerne Geschäfte. Ich bin in meinem Heimatparlament für Infrastruktur und auch damit für Energie zuständig. Aber eines muss ich ganz klipp und klar sagen. Wir sind nicht bereit, von einer Diktaturabhängigkeit in die nächste hinein zu galoppieren. Der Aserbaidschan hat mehrere rote Linien überschritten. Dieses Regime, das könnte wirklich tatsächlich Großartiges leisten für die Menschen und Bei den Menschen bin ich auch und stehe ich zu den Menschen im Aserbaidschan. Die beste Investition ist die Investition in Demokratie, in Rechtsstaatlichkeit. Das nützt am Ende des Tages der wirtschaftlichen Freiheit und der persönlichen Freiheit der Menschen. Und das müssen wir hier auch im Europarat einfordern. Letztendlich auch in unseren nationalen Parlamenten. Ich stehe an und sage es ganz klipp und klar, wenn sich die Situation weiter verschärft, dann bin ich auch dafür, dass wir über Sanktionen darüber diskutieren. Der weiße Elefant hier im Raum, das sind natürlich die Korruptionsvorwürfe, mit denen wir auch hier im Europarat in der Geschichte konfrontiert waren. Wir sind unterwandert worden vom System und vom Regime aus dem Aserbaidschan. Wir haben Abgeordnete gehabt, die die Situation im Berichte wesentlich positiver dargestellt haben, als wie sie waren. Warum? Weil sie dafür Geld kassiert haben. Dieser Bericht, der heute hier vorliegt, der ist eine klare Antwort. Eine klare Antwort, die wir heute in dieser Zeit benötigen. Und deshalb glaube ich, dass das auch ein großartiges Zeichen ist, wenn man diesem Antrag zustimmt. Ich bedanke mich an den Rapporteur für seine tolle Arbeit und für dieses klare Signal. Danke vielmals.
Mr. Alexei, you have asked to take the floor to ask a question to another member on behalf of your group in accordance with Article 37.4 of the Rules of Procedure. I remind you that you must ask a question, not make a speech. The question must be addressed to a member who does not belong to your political group. It must directly relate to the speech made by that member and to the topic of the debate. You will have 30 seconds to ask it. The member to whom the question is addressed will have 30 seconds to respond. Mr. Alexei, which member do you have?
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Oberhofer, thank you very much for your speech. I also care about democracy, human rights, and rule of law. And I care about people who are in detention. But I just want to ask you, do you really believe that adoption of this report will help these people right now? And secondly, do you really believe that if Azerbaijan will not be a member of the Council of Europe, this will help these people who are in detention today? That is my question. I absolutely understand the best intentions of the rapporteur, and I appreciate this. But I want to be pragmatic. Thank you.
Mr. Oberhofer, do you wish to respond?
Selbstverständlich gerne. Ja, ich glaube das. Ich bin der felsenfesten Überzeugung. Und die Gegenfrage wäre, was für ein Zeichen würde der Europarat nicht nur in die Welt, in die Medien, in die Öffentlichkeit, sondern vor allem auch in die Mitgliedstaaten senden, wenn wir diesen Bericht heute nicht diskutieren würden und diesem Bericht nicht zustimmen würden.
Mr. Schwabe wish to use the blue card?
Mr. President, I have a question to Alexei Goncharenko. I hope it's allowed in the rules. Dear Alexei, what do you think what this organization is about? We make a lot of reports about the Russian aggression towards your country, a lot, because we believe in the values of this organization. Do you believe in the values of the organization? Do you really think that we should not criticize countries for what's going on into the country? Do you think this is helpful for the integrity of this organization, even if you look into the situation of your own country?
Mr. Alexei, do you wish to respond?
Thank you very much. Dear Frank, I just want to remind you how we had a debate here when many members of this assembly were voting to take Russia back, saying we need to have them here, when we were telling everything what's going on. And I want to tell you now, first problems first. We have a huge problem in our organization. One of our member states is killed every day. And just to be effective and to defend all ourselves and our values, we need to be pragmatic. And pragmatically, we need today Azerbaijan. We need them as well as they need us. That is my position, nothing else. And I completely agree that we need to give messages and signals to them. But in order these messages and signals to be heard, they need to be a member of this organization. And that is something which I am so care about. That's the only thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of UEL, Mr. George Lukacs, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I will start with the dialogue. We are a platform of dialogue and democracy. So in order to serve the values of this organization, we should have to be persistent. Otherwise, we undermine the credibility of this organization, Mr. Koncharenko. When we use double standards, when we exercise our duties with hypocrisy, then we undermine the very same values of this organization, and this is very clear. So on behalf of my group, UEL Group, I want to thank and congratulate the rapporteur for a report that documents a reality which the Council of Europe can neither ignore or normalize, as we've seen it happening a few minutes ago. What emerges from this report is a picture of a country where democratic space is shrinking rapidly, as independent journalism, civil society and political pluralism come under increasing pressure. The evidence presented by the rapporteur points to a country where journalists, human rights defenders, opposition activists, academics and civil society representatives face prosecution, detention and intimidation, while critical voices are increasingly silenced rather than protected. Particularly alarming is the growing number of political prisoners, the continued imprisonment of journalists and human rights defenders, and the use of criminal proceedings against those who expose corruption, defend democratic values, or engage in independent public activity. The report also points a deeply troubling picture regarding freedom of expression, freedom of association, and political pluralism. Restrictive legislation, combined with the pressure placed on independent media and civil society organizations, has created an environment in which dissent is treated as a threat rather than as a legitimate component of democratic life. Equally serious is the persistent failure to implement judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. Respect for the Court's judgments is not optional. It is a legal obligation and a fundamental condition of membership in the Council of Europe. Particularly alarming is President Aliyev's stated position that Azerbaijan will no longer recognize the binding force of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. Such a position is incompatible with the obligations freely undertaken by every member state of the Council of Europe. For our political group, dear colleagues, independent journalism, civic space, and the rule of law are inseparable. Democracy cannot flourish when journalists are imprisoned, human rights defenders are prosecuted, and criminal justice is used as an instrument to silence criticism. This Assembly must speak clearly. Those imprisoned for exercising fundamental freedoms should be released. Politically motivated prosecutions should end. The credibility of the Council of Europe depends on our willingness to defend these principles consistently and without exception. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of SOC, Mr. Frank Schwabe, you have the floor.
Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, and dear Alexei again, we all, maybe not all, but most of us, we want to stop Russia's aggression, Russia's war towards Ukraine. That's what we want together. But you misunderstand this organization, and that doesn't mean you put everything else in all the other states into perspective. We have something to do, and we have to do our job. And I look tomorrow, in this morning, in the definition and the characteristics of dictatorship. I look into it. No free and secret elections. There's either only one authorized single party or the results of rigged elections are predetermined. There's a lack of separation of powers. The government also controls the laws and the courts. There's suppression of freedom of speech and the press. Media are strictly censored and state-controlled. There's ban on the opposition. There's disregard for human rights and fundamental rights. There's repression and surveillance. The state employs intelligence agencies, police, or the military to intimidate and monitor its own population and to nip any resistance in the bud. And I'm so sorry. This is a definition of the reality in Azerbaijan. And I would like to thank Christophe Lacroix very much to put light on this situation. Thank you very much that you mentioned Anna Mammadli, one of the best to defend our values. And we have to support him. What else should we do? In Azerbaijan, in whole Europe, because of this, he's awarded with the Václav Havel Prize, but he's in prison now. One of the shining lights of human rights in Europe is imprisoned in Azerbaijan. Can you believe this? Thank you very much that you mentioned Ali Karimli. He's in prison. Recently, he gave an interview to a French TV, as I understand. The punishment from the government follows immediately. And he's tortured now, and he's in under horrible circumstances. I would like to mention Afgan Zadigov, who was extradited against the ECHR decisions in an authoritarian coalition from Georgia to Azerbaijan. Abzas Media, Radio Free Europe, Toplum TV, Maidan TV, Channel 11, Channel 13, Gubat Ibadulu, Akif Gurbanov, Alaska Mammadli, Ruslan Izati, and all the others. I could read 300, 400 names here. And we should put light on the situation of all of them. And the repression continues outside of the country. People who flee the country, and they do it every day, they are under pressure. They are under transnational repression. They make repression on their family at home. That's the situation. I want to have each and everyone inside in Europe, even some more member countries, to be in this organization. But it's very clear, if you undermine the credibility of this organization and you go against everything, then you cannot be a member here. This is the reality. I ask Azerbaijan to change. We want to welcome them, but they have to respect the rights and the values of this organization.
Thank you. In the debate, I call next Mr. Ivan Rakan. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Colleagues, I have prepared a speech, but I will not read it. Let me be very clear. I am all for being very pragmatic in politics. I have been pragmatic my entire life, and I do believe in a pragmatic approach. However, we are in a quintessential rules and values-based organization, Council of Europe. This is not a military alliance. This is not a trade bloc. This is not an informal organization. This is a rules and values-based organization. And we are here to protect those rules and those values. And they cannot be trumped by pragmatic approach. And with that said, I want to congratulate the rapporteur for the report. It is like reading or watching a real-time development of a dismantling of exactly what we are supposed to protect. Human rights and freedoms in a democracy. For that, we have to protect what we stand for. So there is no room for a pragmatic approach here. Enemy of my enemy cannot be my friend in the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now on Mr. Markus Wechel. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, as a parliamentarian deeply involved with and committed to work with democracy, the rule of law, and human dignity, I find the situation in Azerbaijan both alarming and unacceptable. The facts speak for themselves. Azerbaijan now ranks 171 out of 180 countries in press freedom. Not a single independent media outlet operates inside the country. 36 journalists are currently detained, and there are 328 reported political prisoners. This is not a snapshot of isolated problems. It's a result of a deliberate, systematic campaign to silence every critical voice. We have seen journalists murdered and harassed. We have witnessed transnational repression confirmed by French courts. Azerbaijan has ignored every recommendation from the Venice Commission, refused to implement numerous Strasbourg judgments, and even declared that it will no longer respect the European Court of Human Rights using its own self-exclusion from this assembly as a pretext. And when we voted on their credentials in this assembly, the regime responded by declaring several of us, myself included, persona non grata. That tells us everything we need to know about their attitude to scrutiny. So, colleagues, turning a blind eye to this level of repression is not acceptable. We owe it to the brave journalists, human rights defenders, and ordinary citizens of Azerbaijan to speak clearly, and that's what we do today. I therefore urge Azerbaijan to listen to the voices in support of democracy. Instead of banning those who speak up, try to be part of the democratic forces in our European family. I actually agree with my colleague, my distinguished colleague, Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko. We need you. Therefore, release all political prisoners, then restore the fundamental freedoms. The people of Azerbaijan deserve better than fear and silence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call on Ms. Christiana Erato Kritou. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, having read this report, it is clear that we are witnessing a systemic failure in Azerbaijan's compliance with any fundamental human rights standards. I am therefore encouraged that this Assembly is resisting calls to ease pressure on a member state that continues to fall significantly short of its obligations. Adherence to the European Convention on Human Rights is not optional, nor is it something that can be applied selectively. It is a binding commitment. Persistent failure to implement judges of the European Court of Human Rights and to uphold the basic standards expected of a member state cannot continue indefinitely without consequences. The report documents a deeply troubling pattern, increasing pressure on journalists, human rights defenders, civil society activists and political opponents. We have repeatedly raised concerns about the detention of individuals such as Václav Havel, Human Rights Prize laureate Anar Mamaldi, Yulvi Hassanli and members of the Abzaz media, whose apparent offence has been the peaceful exercise of their fundamental freedoms. Particularly alarming is the shrinking space for independent media and civil society. Politically motivated prosecutions, restrictive legislation and administrative obstacles have severely undermined freedom of expression and weakened independent oversight. Equally concerning is the reported misuse of legislation to target those cooperating with international organizations. A democracy is not judged by how it treats those who support the government, but by how it treats those who challenge it. The ability of opposition voices to participate freely in public life is a cornerstone of democratic legitimacy. Our message, therefore, must be clear. The imprisonment of journalists, activists and human rights defenders for exercising their fundamental rights has no place in a member state of the Council of Europe. Respect for the Court's judgments, cooperation with our monitoring bodies and the protection of independent media and civil society are not optional commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Mr. Armen Gevorgian. You have 2 minutes.
Dear colleagues, critical voices are also being silenced in Azerbaijan through the prohibition of international humanitarian and human rights organizations. Particularly alarming is the situation concerning the Armenian prisoners in Baku and the reports of the destruction of Armenian cultural and religious heritage in Nagorno-Karabakh. When independent international monitoring is absent, not only the rights of specific individuals are put at risk, but also the preservation of historical memory, cultural values, and the credibility of information available to the international community. Every new peace initiative and every ambitious vision for the future of the South Caucasus will remain incomplete as long as Armenian prisoners continue to be held in Baku. The release of prisoners is not merely a humanitarian gesture. It's a test of sincerity of the entire peace process. No path to peace can be credible if it leads to the civilizational barbarism in Nagorno-Karabakh. Dear colleagues, it's difficult to believe that powerful leaders capable of shaping the future of entire regions are somehow unable to resolve a humanitarian issue involving a limited number of human lives. If there is sufficient political will to negotiate grand strategies, there should also be sufficient political will to bring Armenian prisoners home. At the same time, some of our colleagues should be concerned not so much with Azerbaijan returns to peace, as with Azerbaijan readiness to return to the principal values and obligations towards the organization. Otherwise, we risk witnessing an acceptable gradual adaptation of the Council of Europe to the standards of Azerbaijan's ruling regimes and replacing rightly condemned the so-called caviar diplomacy with a new gas diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms. Saskia Klut. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. As one of the PACE members, few PACE members, I joined the OECD election mission of the last presidential elections in Azerbaijan. And the rest of the PACE was refused or sent home because of how they voted here, in this room. It was my first, and I will say that it probably prepared me for the rest of my life very well for future missions in recognizing flaws and fraud in electoral processes, because there were so many. And they were not even hidden very well, so you could clearly learn, and they were not often not hidden at all. Since then, Azerbaijan has not bettered their democratic flaws. It's still a country, and their names have, many of them have been named, with an opposition that gives no opposition, or if they do, they will end up in jail. And where the journalists speak no truth to power, because if they do, they will end up in jail. It's still a country where civil society is not forming civil strength, because if they do, they will end up in jail. And it is still a country where scientists don't discover, but feel the need to hide their work, because otherwise they might end up in jail. And when, as a civilian, you decide to flee from all this, to find freedom in another country, from all these threats, the country hunts you down to hurt you, or they threaten your family to make you stop speaking truth to power, or even just living your life in a new country. Yet with all this, Azerbaijan is a country that chooses to be part of our community at the Council of Europe. Yet it still is able to refuse PACE members access to electoral observations, and it still refuses to fulfill the ordinances of our Human Rights Court. So I can only fully support the work of the rapporteur. It's not our first work on Azerbaijan, but one can hope, and I still do, that at one point we will see at last the last report of Azerbaijan, because it finally reunited itself with the values of our Council.
Thank you. I now call on the last speaker, Ms. Tamila Tasheva. You have 2 minutes.
Dear colleagues, I would like to stress that Assembly should remain a place where difficult issues are discussed with balance, responsibility and respect for procedures. Human rights, democracy and the rule of law are fundamental values for all member states. At the same time, our work must aim not only to state concerns, but also to encourage practical progress, cooperation and renewed trust. Azerbaijan is an important member of the Council of Europe. We should also recognize the complex regional context. Azerbaijan has restored control over its internationally recognized territory, and recent steps toward normalization and peace with Armenia are important for stability for the South Caucasus. Ukraine knows the value of territorial integrity, sovereignty and the right of states to restore control over their own land. We also know that minority rights, including the rights of Crimean Tatars, must remain part of any sustainable peace and reintegration process. While all alleged human rights violations must be addressed, the responsible state should be actively involved in the process to ensure a meaningful dialogue. Let us keep the door open to encourage cooperation with member states, not make the gap wider. Thank you.
Thank you. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. Speeches must not exceed 400 words. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically, if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call Mr. Lecroc's rapporteur to reply. You have 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Notre collègue Pablo Ispan, que je remercie, a repris les catilinaires de Cicéron pour dire à quel point on demandait aujourd'hui au régime de l'Azerbaïdjan de répondre enfin aux critiques et de cesser d'abuser de notre patience. Moi, je vais repartir d'une définition de la dictature par Hannah Arendt. La dictature, dit Hannah Arendt, au lendemain de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, ne s'exerce pas seulement dans la sphère politique, mais dans toutes, y compris les sphères privées et les sphères intimes, quadrillant toute la société et tout le territoire. Quelle merveilleuse définition qui s'applique au régime du président Aliyev. J'ai entendu parfois, à travers une dialectique hallucinante de notre collègue Goncharenko, mais qui n'est malheureusement plus là, il a fait sa vidéo, il a fait son show, je pense qu'il est content, il est reparti. Mais en fait, la dialectique est assez hallucinante. De venir reprocher au Conseil de l'Europe et à son assemblée parlementaire de rappeler les règles essentielles sur lesquelles ce socle des droits humains s'est bâti, s'est construit. Et c'est exactement, finalement, ce que l'on a reproché à la Russie et son systémisme totalitaire. Et aujourd'hui, pour l'Azerbaïdjan, il faudrait fermer les yeux et ce n'est pas le moment. C'est assez hallucinant. C'est assez hallucinant, mais c'est un monde qui est défini par le Far West, en fait. C'est ça, en fait, que certains membres de cette association, ici, de cette assemblée, voudraient, mais ce n'est pas celui que nous tracerons et ce n'est pas celui que la majorité des parlementaires, tous groupes confondus, traceront, non seulement pour les pays membres de l'Assemblée, mais également pour la population et la démocratie. Car en fait, l'Azerbaïdjan s'est retiré de l'Assemblée parlementaire non pas parce qu'on l'a mise dehors, elle a décidé de ne pas représenter ses délégués et elle s'est exclue elle-même du champ. Et nous lui proposons encore une voie de conciliation. Nous signalons aux autorités, et ça figure dans mon rapport, que nous restons prêts à engager un dialogue réel, constructif pour traiter ces problèmes structurels profonds, retrouver une voie conforme aux normes démocratiques. La coopération avec le Conseil de l'Europe demeure dans l'intérêt de l'État azerbaïdjanais et par-dessus tout de sa population. Appliquer la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme, l'élection d'un ou d'une nouvelle juge à la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme, bref, faites ce qu'il y a lieu de faire, respectez les règles que vous avez librement consenties. Et en fait, je pense que le collègue Oberhofer a bien résumé la situation quand il dit que les ressources de l'Azerbaïdjan aujourd'hui permettraient de construire une prospérité partagée au service du peuple et de la démocratie. Je demande simplement à travers ce rapport que le gouvernement et le président Aliyev fassent ce que nous lui proposons de faire dans l'intérêt du peuple de l'Azerbaïdjan, qui est un grand peuple, et qu'il revienne chez nous avec le respect de ses obligations entières et librement consenties. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Does the chairperson of the committee, Mr. Erik Nels-Kroes, wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of the committee. First, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Mr. Lacroix, for his very good and very tough work. It's a difficult portfolio, as we just heard. I also would like to thank the former rapporteur, Ms. Hanna Bardell from the UK, for her contribution. The committee has worked on Azerbaijan for a while. For context, already in 2023, we held a joint hearing with the Culture and Monitoring Committees, during which we heard a very powerful testimony from Ulvi Hassanli, who is currently serving a 9-year prison sentence in Azerbaijan on charges that appear to be a retaliation for investigations into high-level corruption. And despite the regrettable absence of the Azerbaijani delegation in the Assembly, we continue to closely follow the developments. Last year, we heard about the situation of Azerbaijani media workers from an exiled journalist and the Secretary General of the European Federation of Journalists. We also discussed the non-implementation of judgments of our court by Azerbaijan with an expert from the European Human Rights Advocacy Center. So I invite, on behalf of the committee, everyone to support this resolution. It's an objective text, obviously. It was unanimously adopted by the Committee of Legal Affairs, and there were no amendments tabled. And I particularly welcome the call on the Secretary General to use his power under Article 52 of the Convention and demand explanations from Azerbaijan as to, as the rule says, how its law ensures the effective implementation of the Convention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The debate is closed. No amendments have been tabled. We will therefore now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16414. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16414 is adopted.
Announce that the sitting is open and they will sit down.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats so that we can begin with the next item of business this afternoon. And as this is the third day that I'm spending in the Assembly and the first time that I'm chairing, which makes me only a little bit more experienced than our guests up there, So welcome among the newcomers. Allow me to say how grateful I am for the welcome that we have received here in this assembly after the Hungarian elections in April 12, and that it's a great pleasure to satisfy our promise to the Hungarian voters that we bring back Hungary to the European tables. And this plenary is one of those places where we want to bring Hungary back to. Thank you very much. And so the next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled The Functioning of Democratic Institutions in Georgia, document number 16420, presented by Ms. Edita Estrella and Ms. Sabina Kudic on behalf of the Monitoring Committee. In order to finish on time by 6:40 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 6:20 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the votes. We will begin with Ms. Estrella and Ms. Kudic, co-rapporteurs. You have 5 minutes each now and 5 minutes in total to reply later to the debate. I call Ms. Estrella.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, this is the third report on Georgia that we have presented in the last 1.5 years. This demonstrates the importance and urgency that we attach to the unprecedented democratic breakdown in Georgia. The previous two reports were presented under urgent procedure. We therefore felt it was important to provide you with a report on the functioning of democratic institutions in Georgia, containing an explanatory memorandum outlining our findings and conclusions regarding the worrying developments in the country in detail. Since the adoption of Resolution 2624, the democratic backsliding has continued unabated, as has the crackdown on civil society, political opposition and dissent. None of the urgent recommendations of the Assembly have been implemented. The continuing breakdown of democracy in Georgia and the lack of any response to the recommendations of the Assembly to address this raise serious doubts about the authorities' willingness to abide by Georgia's membership obligations and accession commitments to the Council of Europe. Regrettably and of great concern, the ruling majority's initiative to ban almost all democratic parties of the opposition in Georgia remains very much on the table and has recently been widened in scope. The criminal prosecution of almost the entire leadership of the democratic opposition on politically motivated and trumped-up charges ongoing. In recent weeks, the prosecution's efforts have intensified, with several hearings organized by the Prosecutor General in this so-called sabotage case. If these two developments are pursued, they would effectively establish a one-part system in Georgia, which is unacceptable and incompatible with Council of Europe membership. The relentless crackdown on freedom of expression and assembly continues, including through repressive legislation and the abuse of politically motivated legal proceedings against civil society, the independent media, opposition groups, and individual protesters. These actions must be stopped and repressive legislation must be repealed. the Minister of Interior has recently set up a special division to combat hate speech. This division became operational on 1st June. However, independent journalists and civil society organizations have expressed concerns that its main objective will be to stifle any criticism of the ruling majority. The first fines issued and investigations opened by this new division have given some credence to these concerns. The politically motivated prosecutions, which have no other objective than to silence dissenting voices, raise the spectre of political prisoners. Such prosecutions are incompatible with the democratic society and with Georgia's membership obligations to the Council of Europe. In our report and draft resolution, we refer to Resolution 1900 on the definition of political prisoner. This resolution provides important guidelines for dealing with this issue. All these developments have had a profound impact on the country's political environment. Unfortunately, as a result of the relentless crackdown on democratic opposition, civil society and independent media, as well as extreme social and political polarization in Georgia, we must conclude that the conditions for holding genuinely democratic elections no longer exist. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Strela. And I call Ms. Kudic.
Dear colleagues, unfortunately, our reporting on Georgia continues with the same pace. One of the ways to analyze, or perhaps the key way to analyze any progress, any country's progress and the functioning of its democratic institution, in our institution, is to analyze its cooperation with the key bodies of this organization, namely Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, then Venice Commission, then European Court of Human Rights, and then, of course, Committee of Ministers. Looking at all of these bodies, Georgian authorities failed to engage in meaningful dialogue with the Council of Europe. The space in which civil society can operate is shrinking rapidly, to the extent that their very survival is at stake. The continued assault on civil society organizations and their leadership, as well as on independent media, must end. In line with the Venice Commission's recommendations, the so-called transparency legislation and law on grants, which threaten the existence of civil society as a whole, cannot be improved and should be repelled. As reported by both the CPT and our Human Rights Commissioner, no credible investigation has taken place when it comes to use of force and police brutality and violation of human rights conducted against demonstrators. Nor have any investigations been conducted into the numerous reports of torture and ill treatment of demonstrators during their arrest and detention. The authorities' reactions to any concerns or criticism expressed by the Council of Europe bodies has become increasingly dismissive and acrimonious. In its decision regarding the execution of the Marakashvili and others versus Georgia European Court of Human Rights judgment, the Committee of Ministers called on Georgia to revise its freedom of assembly legislation in line with the requirements of the Convention and ensure an environment that enables civil society to operate effectively. In response, Georgian authorities, namely Secretary General of Georgian Dream, stated it is unacceptable for anyone to lecture the Georgian people with a wagging finger. This is in sharp contrast to something that we as rapporteurs have been told when visiting Georgia last year by the Georgian Dream authorities, that they would make sure that the European Court of Human Rights judgments would be considered and implemented. So what we have been told is in sharp contrast with what is going on the ground. Similarly, in response to last week's report by the Council of Europe's Commissioner for Human Rights, representatives of the ruling majority stated that it was devoid of legality and completely unclear and unfounded. In our last resolution, the Assembly called on the relevant bodies of the Council of Europe and its member states to use all available means under the Convention to ensure that Georgia fully honors all the standards and obligations stemming from Council of Europe membership. This call recently received the full support, and I underline the full support, of the European Parliament when in its resolution on the 2025 Commission report on Georgia, it stated that it welcomes the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly's 2025 October resolution urging the Council of Europe's bodies to use all available means, including Article 52 of the European Convention on Human Rights and interstate applications to the European Court of Human Rights under Article 33 thereof, to ensure that Georgia upholds its obligation as a Council of Europe member state, calls on the EU member states and the Council of Europe member states to consider implementing this recommendation. We hope that this important recommendation, essentially complete overlap between what we are doing here as the Council of Europe and the European Parliament, will soon receive a concrete follow-up by our bodies and our member states. As we stated in our draft resolution, we remain committed to an open but result-oriented dialogue with the Georgian authorities, as well as all other political and social forces in the country. But we stress that such dialogue, and we have always stressed, that such dialogue can only be based on the shared understanding that membership of the Council of Europe is a privilege that comes with rights and obligations. The principles and standards of the organization, as well as the obligations stemming from its membership and the imperative need to fully honor these obligations, cannot be put into question and negotiated. In other words, we cannot be operating on the principles as an institution and organization. If you don't like our principles, we have some other ones, as once Groucho Marx famously said. But we must uphold our principles, stand firmly behind them, and demand that they fully be implemented for a meaningful dialogue. Thank you. I invite you to support this document. And of course, if you have any recommendations and questions, we are more than ready to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kudic. I remind the Assembly that speaking time is limited to 3 minutes for spokespersons for the political groups and 2 minutes for other members. In the debate, I call first Mr. Gevorgian.
Mr. Chairman, the situation in Georgia deserves our close attention and serious consideration. We cannot remain indifferent when concerns are raised about democratic standards, political pluralism, the rule of law, or the functioning of democratic institutions in any member state. It is both the right and the responsibility of this Assembly to react. We must also be clear that any disproportionate or unlawful use of force against the demonstrators is unacceptable in any democratic society. All such cases in Georgia should be subject of effective investigation, and those found guilty must face appropriate legal responsibility. Accountability is not a sign of institutional weakness. It is an appearance of democratic maturity. At the same time, our objective should not be limited to identifying shortcomings. Our objective should be to help create conditions for democratic progress. In this regard, I welcome the balanced approach. While clearly expressing concern and condemnation about recent developments in Georgia, we have also to preserve the possibility of continued dialogue between the Georgian authorities and the Council of Europe. This is an important way of addressing concerns without deepening confrontation and encouraging a return to constructive engagement. At the same time, our responsibility does not end with expressing concerns. One of our priorities should be to support the restoration of meaningful political dialogue inside Georgia. The current challenges facing the country cannot be resolved through confrontation. Sustainable solutions require communication between the government, opposition, civil society, and democratic institutions. We can help to create the conditions in which democratic dialogue can resume and public trust can gradually be rebuilt. Georgia needs less confrontation and more dialogue. The Council of Europe should help make that challenge possible. Dear colleagues, as a representative of the region, I would say that what we are witnessing today in Georgia is also part of a broader regional challenge. Across the South Caucasus, democratic development is facing increasing pressures. The South Caucasus is not a collection of isolated democratic experiments. What becomes acceptable in one country today may become acceptable in another tomorrow. When our organization tolerates in some way restrictions on political competition and disputed elections in one country of the region, they are becoming a new norm elsewhere. We have to fight a reality where democratic institutions remain in place, but democracy itself disappears. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kroes.
Chair, before I speak about the report, there is one thing that I think must be said every time, or should be said, when a European politician discusses Georgia. And it's this: Helena Kostaria and all other political prisoners of the Georgian regime must be released immediately. Their release must be a precondition for any dialogue, any cooperation, any European engagement with Georgia. But today we are discussing the functioning of democratic institutions in Georgia, and frankly the title should say non-functioning of democratic institutions, because frankly here we are. Since June 2024, this Assembly has adopted 5 resolutions on Georgia, and today it's number 6. And Georgia has done literally nothing to meet the Assembly's calls. In fact, it has moved in the opposite direction, as we just heard. What have we repeatedly demanded? Repeal the Foreign Influence Law, withdraw the Foreign Agent Registration Act, repeal the so-called Family Values Law, reform the Administrative Offences Code, stop police brutality and torture, release political prisoners, end retaliatory proceedings against protesters, restore conditions for new, genuine democratic parliamentary elections, reverse electoral code changes that undermine impartiality and pluralism, guarantee civil society and media freedom, stop intimidation of civil servants and civil society, do not ban opposition parties, and finally resume full cooperation with the Council of Europe, pace monitoring, and the Venice Commission. Well, none of this has happened. The situation is worse. So my point today is not only about Georgia, it is about the Council of Europe. Georgia refuses to fulfill its obligation to send a delegation to this Assembly. It demands that we remove the conditions we set for ratifying its credentials. In essence, it's trying to blackmail this Assembly. And so far, we are actually allowing it to do it. So we talk about the non-functioning of Georgian democratic institutions. We should also ask whether the democratic institutions of the Council of Europe are functioning. In October 2025, this Assembly called on Council of Europe bodies to use all available means, including Article 52 of the Convention. In practice, this means the Secretary General can and should ask Georgia to explain in writing how its laws comply with the Convention. On June 17th, just recently, the European Parliament fully endorsed this call and again called the Council of Europe member states to implement this call. The irony is that we ourselves have not implemented it. I asked the Secretary General on Monday why. I didn't hear a real answer. So today, in this resolution, we repeat the call, and I sincerely hope that this time we will be heard. Because if our organization doesn't listen to this Assembly, why should anyone else, including Georgia? Thank you.
Ms. Castin.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first thank the co-rapporteurs for their hard work. Monitoring developments in our member state, Georgia, remains very much needed. For too many years, politics has been, and it still is, poisoned. Instead of working hard of all parts of Georgian politics to the benefit of a positive development of a vibrant democracy, a strong rule of law structure, and fundamental respect for human rights, politicians are fighting each other for wrong reasons. A strong political debate and competition are very much needed, as long as this helps to strengthen Georgian democracy. Unfortunately, a large part of Georgian politicians acts in the opposite direction. At this moment, those who support the government too often cast a blind eye to grave misdoings to politicians from oppositional parties. Freedom of speech, the right to have free press, and the right for society to act in freedom, they are under undue pressure. It is unacceptable to have politicians in prison, whereas they should be in parliaments and the public debate. At the same time, several oppositional forces are more concerned with only blaming the government for everything, but forget that their place is in the institutions in which they can and should work. Boycotting a parliament does not make sense and does not help Georgian citizens and society as a whole. As Unified European Left, we want to press all politicians from all sides to do better than they are doing now. This includes pressure on the government to behave according to its obligations under its constitution, but under the European Convention on Human Rights either. The Committee of Ministers should act faster and stricter, and it does appear not effective enough. The Committee of Ministers and with the Parliamentary Assembly should start the complementary procedure to make the government behave if Georgia wants to stay here. We should also demand the Georgian Parliament to send a full-fledged delegation to our Assembly so that we can discuss all matters here with all political forces. As said, Georgian citizens are entitled to a functional political structure to the benefit of the whole society. So thanks again to the co-rapporteurs for the work done here. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, the Socialist, Greens and Democrats group, of course, strongly support this report from our colleagues, Ms. Estrela and Ms. Kutic, because being a member of the Council of Europe is a privilege that comes with both rights and obligations. And the principles of our organizations, as well as the obligations stemming from membership, cannot be questioned or negotiated. This is, of course, also true for Georgia. Unfortunately, the situation in Georgia has become worse when it comes to the country's obligations and commitments regarding human rights, rule of law, and democracy. And this Assembly again must send a very clear message to the authorities in Georgia. First, initiatives to ban democratic opposition parties and to prosecute their leaders on politically motivated and trumped-up charges are unacceptable in a democracy. We therefore call on the authorities to withdraw their appeal to the Constitutional Court seeking to ban democratic opposition parties and to end the unjustified and politically motivated prosecution of opposition leaders. Second, the continued crackdown on freedom of expression and freedom of assembly must end. This includes repressive legislation and the abuse of politically motivated legal proceedings against civil society, independent media, opposition forces, and individual protesters. Third, the seemingly politically motivated prosecutions aimed solely at silencing dissent raise the spectre of political prisoners. This is incompatible with a democratic society and with the obligations that come with a membership of our institution. Fourth, the shrinking space for civil society must be reversed. The crackdown on civil society organizations and their leaders through the misuse of controversial legislation must end. And fifth, credible allegations of police brutality, ill treatment, and torture by law enforcement officers must be investigated in a transparent and effective manner. The climate of impunity surrounding such human rights abuses must come to an end. Dear colleagues, by supporting this report, let us state this clearly to the authorities in Georgia. It is your responsibility to restore a democratic, civic and political environment in your country. And we will still be waiting for your answers on the critical questions this report raises. Thank you.
Mr. Zingeris.
We had Georgia 10 years ago, more like 10 years ago, like a leading country to the Western democratic integration, and they were a shining example. Now we are facing, by mostly all of you, remarks the country is underway to become dictatorship and on the hook of Russian totalitarian influence. Today I would like to call on Georgian authorities to free all arbitrarily detained persons and end impunity for violation committed by law enforcement agencies, including excessive violence against peaceful protesters. I would like to mention political prisoners, only few of them. Levan Habishvili, Chair of Political Council, United National Movement. Irakli Nadiradze, Head of Tbilisi Organization, United National Movement. Patra Mangeladze, Chair of Political Council, Strategy Builder. Mikhail Saakashvili, Founding Chair of United National Movement, and many, many, many others. So we are facing country overbooked with political prisoners and in the hands of one oligarch, Ivanishvili, and we would like to ask Ivanishvili to say, let them go. From our side, we're facing a committee of ministers dialogue, and we've told mostly all fractions from our respectful assembly told to committee of ministers no to the members of Georgian Dream to be among us before they're not doing their homeworks created by us and by the court next to us. No one implementation of no one decision was implemented by the Georgian authorities, and they monopolized the rule of Georgia. So we strongly condemn legislation that restricts civil space and media freedom and calls on Georgian authorities to repeal all undemocratic legislation. A vibrant civil society and independent media are essential pillars of any democratic society. They are not only enable to people to express their will, but also strengthen resilience against external Russian influence, disinformation, and propaganda. The justice system continues to be politically exploited as authorities disproportionately intimidate and prosecute human rights defenders, mass media, journalists, and academia. We support the resolution created by our rapporteurs and calls on the Georgian authorities to reverse the ongoing democratic backsliding and to cease actions that undermine political pluralism, such as persecution of oppositional parties, members, and civil society leaders. And last point about Iran, Iranian influence is growing, and the last publication of Washington Post and Hudson Institute showing of the influence of Iran, who should be again evaluated by us. Thank you.
We move on to other members with 2 minutes speaking time. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Muraz Chair. Friends, we have to be explicit about the situation in Georgia. Georgian Dream, the ruling party, has systematically weaponized the justice system to target and repress opposition parties and peaceful demonstrators. Core state institutions, rather than acting as independent and impartial bodies, are deployed to silence dissent, suppress civil activism and punish independent media through politically motivated prosecutions, censorship and imprisonment. The list of journalists, politicians and civil society now incarcerated has grown ever longer. I would like to draw the Assembly's attention to 4 of them in particular. Mazia Amaglobeli, a respected journalist, 2 demonstrators, Saba Jikia and Saba Skivitaradze, and of course, Elena Kostara, a mother of 4, desperately unwell and deprived of the medical attention that she so desperately needs. Behind these names are dozens and dozens more, and this Assembly must ensure that their voices continue to be heard across the continent. The repression must stop. All political prisoners must be freed, and there needs to be free and fair elections. In this environment, the UK government must play its part in sanctioning the dirty money that bases itself in London and avoid accusations of complicity in the oppression of the Georgian people. It is absolutely essential that the Council of Europe learns its mistakes of the past too. The report says, dialogue should be based on the shared understanding that membership of the Council of Europe is a privilege that comes with rights and obligations. So without any tangible commitments or concessions, including the release of all political prisoners, engagement with the Georgian authorities cannot and should not be progressed. This is an important report, and I encourage colleagues to support it.
Ms. Wokshi.
Dear colleagues, I would like to congratulate the 2 co-rapporteurs for this important report. I want to repeat, diplomacy not always works with authoritarian leaders. Georgia is facing a serious democratic crisis. The political opposition is criminalized, civil society and independent media under pressure, academic freedom is undermined, peaceful protesters face repression, and allegations of police violence remain uninvestigated. The right to peaceful assembly is a fundamental right protected by Article 11 of European Convention on Human Rights, and I want to focus on this right. Authoritarian regimes fear peaceful protest because they fear the voice of free citizens. I see it happening every day in my country, the whole state machinery against 100,000 of peaceful protesters. Criminalization of dissent, stigmatization of demonstrators, portrayal of civil society as enemies of the state, intimidation and threats. And when these methods fail, force is used. When government treats peaceful protesters as security threats rather than citizens exercising their rights, democracy is no longer functioning properly. June 2026 report, the Monitoring Committee expressed serious concern over the lack of credible investigation into allegations of police violence and other human rights violations during the dispersal of demonstrators, including reports that chemical agents may have been used against protesters. Similar concerns were raised by the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights and echoed in the OSCE Moscow Mechanism report, all calling for independent, thorough and transparent investigation. As of today, silence and impunity. I therefore call on the Secretary General to use Article 52 to bring additional scrutiny to the alleged use of chemical substances against protesters in the absence of an adequate national investigation. Those responsible must be brought to justice. Thank you.
Mr. Kaufmann.
Ja, Herr Präsident, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren! Ich möchte anknüpfen an das, was mein Kollege Armen Gevorgyan schon gesagt hat. Ich habe den Eindruck, dass der Länderbericht etwas unausgewogen ist zum Thema Georgien. Und mir kommt es auch so vor, als ob man hier versucht, immer tiefer in die Angelegenheiten eines souveränen Staates einzugreifen. Und ich möchte auch ausdrücklich betonen, wie es mein Kollege schon gesagt hat, Rechtsstaatlichkeit, freie Wahlen, Meinungsfreiheit und der Schutz vor unberechtigter Polizeigewalt sind unverzichtbare Grundprinzipien jeder freiheitlichen Demokratie. Und wo es glaubhafte Vorwürfe von Machtmissbrauch gibt, müssen diese selbstverständlich aufgeklärt und abgestellt werden. Aber der Bericht begnügt sich nicht damit, rechtsstaatliche Standards einzufordern. Er erhebt vielmehr den Anspruch, konkrete politische Entscheidungen eines demokratisch gewählten Staates zu bewerten und teilweise sogar rückgängig machen zu lassen. Besonders wird dies deutlich beim sogenannten Gesetz über ausländischen Einfluss. Dessen vollständige Aufhebung wird hier mit bemerkenswerter Vehemenz gefordert. Dabei stellt sich doch eine ganz einfache Frage: Warum soll Transparenz über die Finanzierung politisch aktiver Organisationen plötzlich demokratiegefährdend sein? Wer Einfluss auf die öffentliche Meinungsbildung nimmt, sollte offenlegen, woher seine finanziellen Mittel stammen. Das gilt für Parteien, Unternehmen, Lobbyverbände und selbstverständlich auch für Nichtregierungsorganisationen. Wir stehen für Rechtsstaatlichkeit, für Demokratie und für Freiheit, aber ebenso auch für nationale Selbstbestimmung und die Achtung demokratischer Entscheidungen souveräner Staaten. Und aus diesem Grund ist der vorliegende Länderbericht auch abzulehnen. Vielen Dank.
Mr. McLeary.
Thank you, Chair, and my thanks to the co-rapporteurs for their comprehensive and very timely report, which I fully support. It illustrates what we all know, and I have to say fear, that Georgia is not just facing a political crisis, but a democratic emergency. The Georgian people have repeatedly shown where they want their country to go. They want a European future. They want democracy, the rule of law, free elections and accountable institutions. Yet the Georgian Dream government has chosen a very different path. They are gaslighting an entire nation, saying they support a European future for Georgia, while at the same time binding the country ever closer into Moscow's orbit. Georgian Dream has suspended EU accession talks, passed repressive laws, targeted civil society, threatened and prosecuted opposition parties. It has used the courts and the police not as neutral institutions, but as tools of political control. It has allowed Georgia to be abused as a backdoor for Russia to evade sanctions resulting from their war on Ukraine. Opposition leaders have been jailed, protesters beaten, independent voices have been intimidated. Elaine Kostaria was imprisoned for writing Russian Dream on a poster. Now she languishes in a prison cell while her 4 children are at home, wondering if they'll ever welcome their mother home again. Georgi Vashadze and a long list of other opposition figures, some of whom mentioned by colleagues already, have been swept up in a broader campaign against democratic opposition. It is not the behaviour of a government confident of support of its people, it is a behaviour of a government that is afraid of them. The Council of Europe must be clear. We should demand the release of political prisoners, repeal repressive legislation, call for the protection of civil society and independent media, and a credible route back to free and fair elections. We should be prepared to impose targeted sanctions on those responsible for this democratic collapse, starting with oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili and those who continue to support his grip on Georgian public life. And we must never confuse the Georgian government with the Georgian people. The people of Georgia have not given up on Europe. We should not give up on them.
Mr. Rushworth.
I'd like to commend the reporters for this strong and important report. And the most important conclusion, I think, is paragraph 5, that the conditions for holding genuinely democratic elections do not exist in Georgia. That is an extraordinary finding, reflecting the gravity of the situation facing opposition politicians, independent media and civil society. Earlier this month, I met with Georgian opposition leaders, as I often do, to hear again their lived experience of how the Putin-backed Georgian Dream has shut down democracy. I'm humbled every time I meet them. Their perspectives and courage are remarkable. We've become friends through this assembly, and each time we part, I find myself wondering if I will see them again, or whether they too will become victims of the democratic backsliding described in this report. That's why paragraph 6 is so important. We should deplore the politically motivated and disproportionate sentences imposed on opposition figures, including Elena Kostaria. 1.5 years for writing Russian Dream on a campaign poster. Whatever one's political views, that punishment is clearly disproportionate. She's a mother, and there is deeply troubling reports that she's being denied access to urgent medical care while in prison. The report is strong, but I believe it remains incomplete without the addition of names such as Mikhail Saakashvili, the third president of Georgia, Levin Kabeshvili, and Parta Manjgaladze. Their cases are emblematic of our concerns about the treatment of opposition voices in Georgia today. And may I also say that alongside this is deep concern about the state media. The United Kingdom has sanctioned 2 major pro-government broadcasters over the dissemination of misleading narratives relating to Russia's legal war in Ukraine, and I think it's a disgrace that they've been in the foyers out here while we've been sitting here today. Thank you.
Mr. Nacha? I don't see Mr. Nacha in the room, so we move on to Mr. Tsepouridis.
Dear colleagues, what we hear again and again, and what we can read in this report, that those in power in Georgia, the Georgian dream, are pretending that nothing is wrong in the country, that there is no social and political crisis, that they are fulfilling their membership obligations to this organization. But the people in Georgia do not live in this dream. They live in reality where violence is used to suppress freedom of speech and assembly, and those committing violence are not held accountable, they are instead rewarded. It is our responsibility to state the facts. We can document the reality and defend it when it is attacked. Here we face no prosecution, no violence, and no imprisonment for speaking the truth, while anyone in Georgia does. And the truth is, those in power in Georgia are not fulfilling the membership obligations. They are constantly shrinking the democratic space, and they are betraying the long-lasting ambition of Georgian society for ever closer ties to our countries, to our European family. It is the Georgian society, our friends, that I stand with today, and I invite you to do the same, to support this report and follow its recommendations to bring them to our countries. Thank you.
Mr. O'Reilly.
President, at the outset, I wish to begin obviously by congratulating the rapporteurs, but specifically by agreeing with the earlier view of Mr. Zingeris that Georgia is heading for totalitarian dictatorship, and indeed the view of Ms. Castell that boycotting a parliament is not the best tactic, and the view of my colleague from the UK who said that targeted sanctions are required. In December 2025, my compatriot Commissioner for Human Rights, Michael O'Flaherty, wrote to the Prosecutor General in Georgia, and I quote, he alleged indiscriminate use of force against protesters, against media, torture and sexual violence. In December 2025, the European Court of Human Rights in Zavi and others versus Georgia, it was established that Article 3 of the Charter dealing with torture was indeed violated. Similarly, on the 18th of February this year, the European Committee on Torture stated that they were inundated with allegations. The initiative recently to ban all democratic opposition parties and prosecution of their leadership on politically trumped-up charges is indeed reprehensible. Conditions for democratic elections don't exist, as exemplified by the 2025 elections local elections when Georgian Dream got 81.7% of the vote in a 40% poll with most opposition parties opposing. Georgia is a beautiful country with a great people, and we in Europe have a responsibility to collectively ensure that that people are liberated for what's a dreadful oppression on top of them. We have a collective responsibility to act here. Thank you.
Ms. Vasylenko.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je salue ce rapport et les co-rapportrices qui nous ont montré clairement la dégradation des institutions démocratiques en Géorgie qui dure déjà quelques années. En Ukraine, nous suivons la situation en Géorgie avec une attention particulière. Nous sommes préoccupés par le fait que la Russie utilise le territoire géorgien pour contourner les sanctions internationales. Tout aussi inquiétants sont les projets en cours visant à renforcer la présence militaire russe en mer Noire. Tout cela est rendu possible par la partie au pouvoir qui a progressivement pris le contrôle des institutions et de l'État de Géorgie. Les voix de l'opposition sont marginalisées. Les médias indépendants sont sous pression et l'opinion d'une grande partie du peuple géorgien n'est plus représentée. La liste des prisonniers politiques continue malheureusement de s'allonger. Je ne citerai que quelques noms. Nika Melia, Elena Kostara, Pat Manjgaladze, Irakli Nadiradze, Levan Kabeashvili, Mikhail Saakashvili. La liste est beaucoup plus longue, bien sûr. Tous sont détenus arbitrairement pour la seule raison que leur vision de la Géorgie diffère de celle de la partie au pouvoir. Face à cette situation, les déclarations ne suffisent plus. Nous devons, avec nos gouvernements, agir et agir maintenant. Nous devons adopter des sanctions individuelles ciblées contre les responsables de la répression politique, des détentions arbitraires et des atteintes à la liberté d'expression. Les dirigeants autoritaires ne craignent pas les critiques et les grandes paroles politiques. En revanche, ils réagissent lorsque leurs intérêts personnels sont touchés. C'est pourquoi les sanctions ciblées sont l'un des outils les plus efficaces dont nous possédons. Nous devons continuer à suivre la situation de près et faire tout ce qui est en notre pouvoir pour aider la Géorgie à retrouver la voie de la démocratie, de l'état de droit et des valeurs européennes, et pour empêcher qu'elle ne bascule davantage dans le camp de l'autoritarisme. Merci.
Mr. Schwabe.
Dear Mr. President, first of all, congratulations to be Vice President in this Assembly. Dear colleagues, I think we speak about the biggest disappointment in this organization. I would like to thank the rapporteurs, Mrs. Kudic, and I would like to thank Edith Estrella for their commitment, for their work, and I know it from Edith how much you would like to see Georgia acting in line with the values and rules of this organization, and what are you really doing for this? And I ask the Georgian authorities just to cooperate with you in the best way, just follow the recommendation of these co-rapporteurs who really want the best for the country, and they will get the best of the country. How is it possible, dear colleagues, that the majority of the people like and they love Europe? They have European flag, they like and love the European Union. Some of them may even know the Council of Europe, and they will like us. And that on the same time, the ruling party is going the other way around. The reason is very easy. There's one rich man in the country who owns almost everything in the country, Bidzina Ivanishvili, and he have a lot of political puppets who organize the other way around just to keep power. This is the reason. And it's maybe not the worst situation in the Council of Europe. If you look into Azerbaijan, we discussed it before, but it's the situation. It's a country where it's deteriorating every day in a very bad way. Dear government of Georgia, what do you expect from us? Should we be silent? Should we not speak about the situation? I just want to underline what Eric Ross said. You mentioned everything what we ask from the country. I don't have enough time to mention everything. One interesting thing was that the Secretary General of this organization, I was quite skeptical, tried to start something, and you promise you want to cooperate, and at the end, you leave someone out in the cold. So please come back to this organization, cooperate with us for the best of this organization. Thank you very much again for the work of the two co-rapporteurs.
Thank you, Mr. Schwabe. And Ms. Rohan.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, I would also like to start by thanking the rapporteurs for their very important work with this report. Across our member states, we are seeing a deeply worrying development. The number of political prisoners is increasing. That should tell us something. Political prisoners are not only a violation of individual rights, They are a warning sign that the rule of law is being turned against democracy itself. When courts and criminal law are used to remove critics, opposition figures, journalists, or protesters from public life, the damage reaches far beyond the prison walls. This is the concern I bring to the debate on Georgia. This report describes serious democratic backsliding, pressure on civil society, restrictions on protests, attacks on independent voices, and politically motivated proceedings against opposition leaders. One of the cases mentioned in the report is the one of Elen Khoshtari. She is an opposition leader who received a prison sentence after writing Russian Dream on a Georgian Dream campaign banner. The report describes her sentence as politically motivated and disproportionate. It also notes reports from her and other female detainees of degrading treatment and human rights abuses in detention. Colleagues, Georgia still has a choice. The warning signs are serious, but the path is not irreversible. This assembly has urged the Georgians to act at several occasions. End politically motivated proceedings, release those detained for peaceful political expressions, and investigate allegations of ill treatment. If political imprisonment becomes normalized, it would not only silence individuals, it will change the character of the states. Georgia is a member of the Council of Europe and belongs here, but it requires a Georgia where opposition can organize, citizens can protest, and criticism of power is not treated as a crime. Thank you.
Ms. Plavakova? Not in the room, apparently, so we move on to Mr. Fassino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak Italian. Abbiamo ascoltato, anch'io mi congratulo con le nostre relatrici per il rapporto molto preciso che ci hanno presentato. Abbiamo ascoltato prima un dibattito sull'Azerbaigian e adesso uno sulla Georgia e ci troviamo in due situazioni esattamente analoghe, situazioni nelle quali si reprimono gli oppositori e li si incarcerano, si reprime la libertà di stampa, si condiziona la libertà dei magistrati, si opprime la società civile e le manifestazioni di popolo. Insomma, tutti i tratti di autocrazie. E allora forse noi dobbiamo cominciare a considerare questo aspetto. Non si tratta di tendenze che si ritrovano in un singolo paese. Noi siamo in presenza di una dinamica che si sta estendendo a molti paesi, soprattutto a quelli di più recente democrazia. Siamo di fronte a un diffondersi di un modo autocratico di governare e di gestire il potere. E naturalmente questo modo di gestire le cose soprattutto prende piede laddove lo spirito democratico, la cultura democratica, la storia democratica è più fragile, più debole e di recente maturazione. E allora noi credo abbiamo il dovere, come Consiglio d'Europa, di batterci perché tutto questo venga fermato. Conduciamo una battaglia non solo in nome della libertà e della tutela dei diritti di un Paese, ma in nome della democrazia, facendo barriera contro una dinamica autocratica che si sta diffondendo nel mondo e che mette in pericolo i diritti e la libertà dei cittadini. Grazie.
Mr. Akalin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, I would like to draw your attention to a very important subject, which is not being mentioned in the report. This is deportation of the Auska or Meskhetian Turks from their ancestral homeland in present-day Georgia more than 80 years ago. Yet for thousands of families, exile has never truly ended. The repatriation process began more than 11 years ago, but progress has been painfully slow. This is simply unacceptable. Out of approximately 15,300 applicants seeking to return, only 494 have been granted conditional citizenship. These figures demonstrate that the process has fallen far short of the expectations created when Georgia undertook upon the joining Council of Europe in 1999 to facilitate the return of the Arska Turks. Significant legal and administrative obstacles continue to hinder the voluntary, safe, and dignified return of this community. The Georgian authorities should intensify their efforts by removing remaining barriers, ensuring family unity, conducting return and citizenship procedures, fully in line with the European Convention on Human Rights. The Council of Europe has both moral responsibility and a political obligation to help find a durable solution. More than 8 decades after their deportation, this remains an unsolved human rights issue. We must work with the Georgian authorities and all relevant stakeholders to ensure that repatriation becomes a practical reality, not merely a legal possibility. These people should no longer be asked to wait. They deserve recognition, dignity, and the opportunity to return home. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the list of speakers. In a moment, I shall call Ms. Estrela and Ms. Kudic, co-rapporteurs, to reply. You have 5 minutes in total. Please, Ms. Estrela.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. First of all, I thank colleagues who participated in this important and useful discussion. And I thank as well the strong support for the resolution that we presented and for our proposals. Yes, I would very much like the Georgian delegation to return to our assembly. But as our colleague Morgan stated, being member of the Council of Europe is a privilege with obligations. It's why I call the government, the authorities, to restore democratic safeguards and political pluralism, protect freedoms of expression, assembly and association, and pressure on civil society, journalists and opposition actors, implement previous recommendations made by PACE regarding democracy, rule of law and human rights, stop politically motivated prosecutions, safeguard political pluralism. And I call on not only the government, but also the opposition parties and other relevant stakeholders to engage in a constructive and open dialogue with the aim of reestablishing a genuinely free and democratic political environment in the country. Thank you.
Ms. Kudic.
Dear colleagues, thank you for your discussion. Thank you for your support for our work and for the report. While we are discussing here tonight, and during our debate, we have already received the response from the Georgian authorities. And the response is that this report does not reflect the developments in Georgia over the past year and that they would be not returning to PACE. It's an unfortunate message, but at the same time, a reflection of exactly what we have expressed and found in our research through our report, which is failure of Georgian authorities to face the facts. In that sense, I also want to reflect on one of the questions that came from PACE tonight, which is, how will the authorities trust us if we don't trust ourselves? Our resolutions have called for action also from various bodies of this institution, and also on member states, the same way that the European Parliament has done so as well. I want to reiterate that these recommendations are there to be implemented and not simply ignored or observed. So I once more call on all the bodies and all the offices of this institution to take our considerations and recommendations that we have already adopted and that we continue to propose, not lightly but seriously, because the window of opportunity for Georgian democratic institutions and democracy is closing, and we should not allow it to close fully. Thank you.
Does the Vice Chair of the committee wish to speak? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President, and good luck for the new role. Dear colleagues, this is the third time in a little over a year that the committee has presented a report to the Assembly on the dramatic democratic breakdown in Georgia. On each occasion, the two rapporteurs have done an excellent job of providing a detailed overview and analysis of developments in the country, as well as drafting impartial resolution for our consideration. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank them for their hard work and continuous engagement. Unfortunately, the reports are not easy reading. The democratic backsliding has continued unabated since our last resolution, as has the crackdown on civil society, political opposition and dissent. None of the Assembly's urgent recommendations have been addressed. None of our offers of a frank dialogue and cooperation to reverse the democratic backsliding have been accepted. The continuing erosion of democracy in Georgia, coupled with the absence of any meaningful response to the Assembly's recommendations, casts serious doubt on the authorities' commitment to honoring Georgia's membership obligation and accession commitments to the Council of Europe. The report details the many challenges to the social and political environment, including with regard to freedom of expression and assembly, faced by civil society, the independent media, opposition activists, and individual protesters. I will not repeat what has been said in the report here, but speaking on behalf of the Committee of a Parliamentary Assembly, I feel obliged to highlight the challenges faced by the democratic opposition in the country. The attempts to ban almost all opposition parties and prosecute their leadership on clearly politically motivated charges are unacceptable and must end. Despite our serious concern and the lack of a response from the authorities, our committee continues to pursue an open and result-oriented dialogue with the Georgian authorities, as well as with all other political and social forces in the country. At the same time, the committee emphasizes that such a dialogue should be conditional upon a shared understanding that Council of Europe membership is a privilege that comes with rights and obligations. The organization's principles and standards and the obligations stemming from membership cannot be questioned or negotiated. The draft resolution before you provides a clear analysis of the deep political crisis and clear, concrete recommendation on how the Assembly's concerns can be addressed. I therefore hope that you will support the committee's position on the amendments and adopt the resolution accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. The debate is closed. The Monitoring Committee has presented a draft resolution, document 16/420, to which 10 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the committee and vice chair of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 5 and 10 to the draft resolution, document 16/420, which were unanimously approved by the committee, be declared as definitely approved. I understand that amendments 2 and 4 to the draft resolution, document 16/420, were also unanimously approved by the committee. However, because amendments 2 and 4 are subject to oral sub-amendments, they will still be taken separately. Is that so, Mr. Giovagnoli?
Yes, that's the case.
Thank you. If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be approved. Is there an objection? Amendments 5 and 10 to the draft resolution are therefore approved and will not be called. I understand that the Vice Chair of the Committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendments 6, 1, 7, 8, 3 and 9 to the draft resolution document 16/420, which were rejected by the Committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as definitely rejected. Is that so, Mr. Giovanni?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be rejected. Is there an objection? I see no objection. So amendments 6, 1, 7, 8, 3 and 9 to the draft resolution are therefore rejected and will not be called. We now move on to the amendments with oral amendments. I call Ms. Boriana Aberg to support Amendment 2. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. We agreed with the rapporteurs with the sub-amendment, which both sides are satisfied with. So I suggest you to give the floor to Madam Estrela to explain the sub-amendment.
Yes, okay. I have been informed that the committee wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment as follows. In Amendment 2, delete the words, quote, including Elena Kostaria, Nika Melia, Levan Kabeshvili, Irakli Nadiradze, Pata Mangalze, and the third president of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili, end quote. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? Okay, I see. No, there are more than 10. Yeah, more than 10 members have objected. Therefore, the oral sub-amendment cannot be moved. So we will now consider the main amendment as originally proposed. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? I don't see anyone. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
Since the sub-amendment was voted unanimously, the committee is against the original amendment.
Okay, so I shall now put the amendment in its original form to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. And Amendment 2 is rejected. I call Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris to support Amendment 4. You have 30 seconds.
Yes, dear friends. Its amendment is related to Assembly condemns the recent act of transnational repressions against Sadigov, an Azerbaijani journalist who was deported from Georgia through expedited proceedings on 5th of April 26, despite the interim measures issued by European Court of Human Rights. Please be on the side of European Court of Human Rights. Thank you.
I have been informed that the committee wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment as follows. In Amendment 4, delete the last two sentences which begin with, quote, "This followed the temporary discontinuation of the criminal proceedings against him," etc., end of quote. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? I don't see, oh no, I see one. Fewer than 10 members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated. Therefore, I call one of the co-rapporteurs to support her oral sub-amendment.
The amendment we fully support, and the content of it remains. We just, in terms of language, shortened it by 2 sentences to make it more efficient. So the meaning remains entirely the same. We just believe it's a more efficient framing. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Zingeris? He is in favor of the shortening. Thank you, Mr. Zingeris. The committee is obviously in favor. Yeah. I will now put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed, and the oral sub-amendment is agreed to. We will now consider the main amendment as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as amended? I shall now put the amendment to the vote as amended. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed, and Amendment 4 is agreed to. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16420 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16420 as amended is adopted.
Thank you very much. If we can sit down with another rapporteurs to start. I think we can start. Thank you very much. We now come to the joint debate on the two reports of the Committee of Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. The first report is titled Ensuring Sustainable Food Security in Times of Crisis, Strengthening Resilience and Access to Food, presented by Ms. Larissa Bilizoy. The second report is titled Food Challenges and Responses to the Experience of Morocco, presented by Mr. Alal Amraoui. In order to finish this item by 8 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:30 to allow time for the replies and votes. I call now Ms. Bilozir, reporter, to present the first report. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, war is fought with tanks, missiles and drones, but war can also be fought with hunger. Today, from Ukraine to Gaza, from North Africa to Middle East and Asia, millions of people are facing food insecurity because of wars and because of conflicts. Not because there is not enough food in the world, but because food is being deliberately used as an instrument to domination, pressure, or deprivation. 69% of people facing acute food shortages live in countries affected by conflicts. When farmland is mined, when grain silos are destroyed, when ports are blocked, when humanitarian aid is prevented from reaching civilians, food becomes more than a basic necessity. It becomes a weapon. This report is about the weaponization of food. It is about the use of hunger, deprivation, destruction as instruments of war. And it is about the human right that stands against it, the right to food, because the right to food is a fundamental human right. Today, this right is under unprecedented pressure. Armed conflicts, climate shocks, and economic crises are undermining food security across all the world. But this report highlights the even more disturbing reality. Hunger is not only a consequence of war, it has also become a weapon of war. Keeping up with current events, the blockade of the Hormuz Strait, when the prices went up very rapidly when it was blocked. In Ukraine, also Russia Federation war of aggression has caused devastating damage to agricultural production and food system. Before the war, Ukraine supplied over to 400 million people worldwide the agricultural products. But now in Ukraine, farmers are not only facing market uncertainty, some of them fighting landmines and drones. We had another hearings, the young farmer whose father was killed by the drones. He himself demined 5,000 mines and shot 200 drones and was killed by one of these drones while harvesting. His story reminds us that Ukraine today growing food can cost life. Ports had also been attacked, irrigation systems have been destroyed, agriculture assets have been looted, but it's also a story of resilience. Ukraine has also developed unique expertise, and with your help of your countries, we are also initiated food from Ukraine initiative to most vulnerable and import-dependent countries from South Africa and Middle East. And we are very thankful for this cooperation, and it shows that we have to stick together to provide this food security for the most vulnerable countries. At the same time, Gaza is experiencing one of the most severe food crises. Since October 2023, civilians have faced an increasingly catastrophic humanitarian situation. The civilian population continues to face enormous obstacles in accessing food and humanitarian assistance. But accountability alone is not enough. The purpose of this report is not only to document violation, but also identify solutions. First, we must call to the member states to strengthen their support for Ukraine, for Ukrainian agricultural construction, for Gaza's agricultural reconstruction. This includes agricultural demining, restoration of irrigation system, and so on and so forth. We also call for stronger support for the documentation of damage through register of damage for Ukraine. We call for all possible measures to ensure safe and delivery of humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza. Third, we must strengthen the resilience of national food system by diversifying food supply chains, supporting local and regional food production, protecting critical food transport routes, enhancing international cooperation and coordination in food security governance. We must establish public food reserves, coordinate at the regional level, not only at the global level. We must strengthen public information system on stock and prices like the EU does very effectively with the mitigation and risk management. We need to take concrete action to ensure that food never becomes a weapon of war or political pressure, and to work collectively towards food systems that are resilient, that are sustainable and accessible to all. Colleagues, international community can preserve global food security. That is evident from a practice, because when traditional export routes were blocked, the European Union rapidly established the solidarity lanes, helped to evacuate Ukrainian millions of tons of Ukrainian agricultural products to reach most vulnerable import-dependent countries. We must recognize these vulnerabilities and take decisive actions to strengthen the resilience of our food systems in our countries also. Above all, the human right to adequate food must take precedence over purely economic interests. This is why we must implement the recommendations contained in this resolution, strengthen international cooperation, and work towards food systems that are resilient, equitable, sustainable, and capable of ensuring stable access to food for all people. Colleagues, this report reminds us of a broader lesson. Food insecurity and a human right matter, and it is in our hands to make sure that food is never used as a tool of war. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bilozir. I call now Mr. Amraoui, reporter, to present the second report. You also have 7 minutes to start and 3 minutes at the end of the debate. The floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues, Madame la Consul générale du Royaume du Maroc, lorsque l'on parle de sécurité alimentaire et donc de savoir si nous pourrons garantir à chaque citoyenne et citoyen un accès durable à une alimentation suffisante, saine et abordable, on pense souvent aux récoltes, aux marchés et aux échanges commerciaux. Mais au fond, la question est beaucoup plus simple. Sommes-nous assurés de disposer demain de suffisamment d'eau pour produire notre nourriture? C'est la question qui est au cœur de ce rapport. L'eau est bien plus qu'une simple ressource naturelle, elle est la source et le fondement même de toute vie et de toute alimentation. Elle nourrit les plantes, soutient l'agriculture et rend possible toute la chaîne alimentaire dont nous dépendons. Sans eau, il n'y aurait ni récolte, ni écosystème, ni vie telle que nous la connaissons. J'ai souhaité concentrer mes travaux sur mon pays, le Maroc, non parce qu'il constitue un modèle parfait, mais parce que l'expérience de mon pays est riche d'enseignements pour l'ensemble de notre espace euro-méditerranéen. Si je peux aujourd'hui soumettre ce rapport à notre Assemblée, c'est aussi parce que le partenariat entre le Maroc et le Conseil de l'Europe l'a permis et continue de se renforcer. Depuis 2011, le Maroc bénéficie de façon volontariste des deux côtés du statut de partenaire pour la démocratie auprès de notre Assemblée. Et lorsque l'Assemblée a décidé récemment, suite à la maturation de notre partenariat qui a atteint pratiquement tous ces objectifs, d'accorder de nouveaux droits à la délégation marocaine. Elle a adressé un message clair. Les partenaires pour la démocratie ne sont pas seulement des observateurs des débats, ils contribuent pleinement à nos travaux et à nos réflexions communes. Le rapport que je présente aujourd'hui en est une illustration concrète. Mes chers collègues, le Maroc est confronté à une réalité que beaucoup d'autres pays commencent à connaître ou connaîtront demain. En 60 ans, les ressources en eau disponibles par habitant ont été divisées par plus de 4. Nous sommes passés de plus de 2500 mètres cubes d'eau par personne et par an à environ 600 aujourd'hui. Depuis le début des années 2000, les précipitations diminuent tandis que les températures augmentent et nous en vivons l'illustration cette semaine en France. Et jusqu'au plus exceptionnel de cette année, le Maroc avait connu 7 années consécutives de sécheresse. Oui, 7 années. Pour un pays où l'agriculture représente encore plus de 60% de l'emploi rural, ce n'est pas seulement un phénomène climatique, c'est un défi économique, social, territorial majeur. Derrière ces chiffres, il y a des réalités humaines. Il y a les agriculteurs dont les récoltes deviennent plus incertaines. Il y a les jeunes qui s'interrogent sur leur avenir dans les territoires ruraux. Il y a les femmes qui assurent souvent à la fois le travail agricole, la transformation alimentaire et la gestion quotidienne des ressources en eau. Face à ces défis, le Maroc a engagé depuis plus de 20 ans une transformation profonde de son agriculture. Le plan Maroc vert, puis la stratégie Génération Green, ont permis de moderniser les filières agricoles, de renforcer les exportations et de soutenir le développement rural en accompagnant les jeunes agriculteurs, des coopératives et des femmes rurales. Le pays est aujourd'hui un acteur majeur dans plusieurs secteurs agroalimentaires, notamment les fruits et légumes, les agrumes et les produits du terroir, ainsi que l'émergence progressive de pratiques agroécologiques visant à renforcer la résilience des territoires face au changement climatique. La gestion de l'eau occupe une place centrale dans cette stratégie. Le développement massif de l'irrigation goutte à goutte, la construction d'infrastructures hydrauliques, la réutilisation des eaux usées traitées et surtout le dessalement de l'eau de mer et des eaux souterraines saumâtres témoignent d'une vision ambitieuse. Cette politique a produit des résultats incontestables. Ces avancées méritent d'être reconnues. Mais notre rôle de partenaire n'est pas seulement de constater les réussites, il est aussi de poser les questions qui demeurent. Et plusieurs tensions apparaissent aujourd'hui. La première concerne l'eau. Comment produire davantage avec une ressource qui devient chaque année plus rare? Comment éviter que les nouvelles technologies ne conduisent finalement pas à une consommation globale plus importante? La deuxième concerne l'équilibre entre exportation et sécurité alimentaire. Le Maroc a construit une agriculture compétitive et ouverte sur le monde. C'est une réussite économique, mais le pays continue d'importer une part importante de ses céréales et demeure exposé aux fluctuations des marchés internationaux, comme nous l'avons vu après la pandémie ou depuis le déclenchement de la guerre en Ukraine. La troisième concerne la durabilité du modèle agricole. Comment préserver les sols, la biodiversité et les ressources naturelles tout en maintenant la performance économique du secteur? Comment accompagner la transition vers des pratiques agricoles plus résilientes face au changement climatique? Ces questions ne concernent pas uniquement le Maroc, elles concernent toute la Méditerranée. Elles concernent également plusieurs de vos États membres. Car la sécurité alimentaire ne peut plus être réduite à une question de production. Elle est aussi une question de justice sociale, une question d'aménagement du territoire, une question de résilience climatique et finalement une question de droits humains. C'est précisément le message porté par notre Assemblée lorsqu'elle défend les droits humains à l'alimentation. Mes chers collègues, en préparant ce rapport, je n'ai pas voulu présenter le Maroc comme un exemple à suivre, ni comme un pays ayant trouvé toutes les réponses. J'ai voulu partager une expérience basée sur une coexistence d'approches pour concilier modernisation technologique, sécurité hydrique et durabilité environnementale. Dans le cadre du plan national de l'eau 2020-2050, l'objectif est de couvrir à l'horizon 2030 près de 60% des besoins en eau potable du pays grâce à des ressources non conventionnelles. Cette stratégie vise à garantir une solidarité territoriale car l'approvisionnement des villes du littoral par l'eau dessalée permettra de préserver davantage les ressources conventionnelles pour les usages agricoles et ruraux. C'est donc une expérience faite de réussite, d'innovation, mais aussi de débats et de défis réels. Et parce que ce que vit aujourd'hui le Maroc préfigure, à bien des égards, les défis auxquels seront confrontées de nombreuses sociétés demain. Par sa position entre l'Europe, l'Afrique et le monde arabe, par son exposition au changement climatique, mais aussi par sa capacité à expérimenter des solutions nouvelles, le Maroc constitue un laboratoire particulièrement instructif pour notre réflexion commune. L'expérience marocaine montre qu'il est possible de combiner modernisation agricole, adaptation climatique et inclusion sociale, même dans un contexte de fortes contraintes environnementales. C'est dans cet esprit de dialogue, de coopération et d'apprentissage mutuel que je soumets ce rapport à votre information. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amraoui, for this presentation of report. I remind the members that the time limit is 3 minutes for spokespersons of the political groups and 2 minutes for everyone else. In debate, we shall now call the political groups. I call Ms. Lesia Vasilenko on behalf of ALDE. The floor is yours.
President, dear colleagues, on behalf of ALDE, I want to thank our rapporteur, Ms. Larissa Bilazir, for taking on this topic, which is fundamental to the survival of the human race. With Ukraine being one of the top global agricultural producers, no discussion on food security, especially food security at a time of crisis, is possible without drawing lessons from the experience of Ukraine. The report does this beautifully, as it takes war against Ukraine out of a European context and places it where it actually belongs, in a global frame. When Russian missiles hit a grain silo in Odessa, the casualty is not only Ukraine. Before this war, Ukraine fed close to 400 million people globally. Half of the world's wheat import-dependent countries relied on Ukraine for supplies. This is not a regional statistics. That is the food security of Cairo, Lagos, Mogadishu. So when Ukrainian ports are blockaded, when silos burn, when farmers are killed demining their own fields, the shockwave does not stop at Ukraine's border. It travels to the Horn of Africa, where 40 million people fall into acute hunger after 2022. It travels to Yemen and to Somalia, which became hunger hotspots because of a war thousands of kilometers away. Since Russia escalated its aggression in 2022, every single year has brought new and growing threats to global food security. In 2022, it was the blockade of the Black Sea. Then it was the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, which drowned irrigational farmland. From 2023 onward, it became the deliberate targeting of Ukraine's energy grid, because without power and fuel, there is no harvest to collect, no processing, no storage, and no food. Each year, Russia has found a new way to turn food into a weapon, and each year the bill has been paid not by Moscow. Prices increased in Asia, starvation forced people out of their homes and brought wars back to Africa, and Europe bore the financial burden and still bears it today. This is why, on behalf of the ALDE group, I insist on 3 things. Full implementation of the Rome Statute's prohibition on starvation as a method of warfare. Sustained support for the maritime corridor and the solidarity lanes that keep grain moving, coming out of Ukraine to those countries and places where it is most needed. And accountability. Accountability for all those who dare use food as a weapon of war. And with this I conclude, urging you to support this resolution, which is in essence a practical guide on ensuring food security in times of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call now Ms. Joan Collis on behalf of United Left. The floor is yours.
President and members, thank you. Food security must be recognised as one of the defining strategic challenges of our time. Across Europe, we have witnessed how quickly the global chains can be disrupted by conflict, economic instability, pandemics and extreme weather events. These challenges have reminded us of the fundamental truth. No society can truly be resilient if it cannot ensure a secure and sustainable supply of food for its people. Ireland has a proud agricultural tradition and some of the most productive farmland in Europe. We are a major exporter of agricultural products, particularly beef and dairy. Yet, like many countries, we are increasingly confronted with a policy dilemma. Productive agricultural land is coming under growing pressure for competing demands, including development and large-scale energy infrastructure. Let me be clear, Europe must continue the transition to renewable energy. Energy security is vital. However, food security is equally vital. These objectives should not be viewed as competing priorities. Governments must ensure that policies designed to achieve climate and energy goals do not inadvertently weaken our capacity to produce food. Farmers across Ireland and Europe are being asked to do more with less. Rising fuel, energy and production costs continue to place enormous pressure on family farms. Supporting food production is not a subsidy to one sector of the economy. It is an investment in national and European resilience. Food is not simply another commodity. It is a strategic necessity. The ability to produce food, protect productive farmland and support those who work the land should be regarded as a matter of public interest and long-term security. As we discuss Europe's future, we must remember that strategic autonomy is not only about defence, technology or energy. It is also about ensuring our citizens can rely on secure supply of safe, affordable and locally produced food. Because in any crisis, the ability to feed our people will remain one of the greatest measures of our resilience as nations and as a continent. Food security is not merely an agricultural issue. It is a matter of security, stability and sovereignty for every European citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Ms. Floridi on behalf of Socialists. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. We often think of food as something obvious. It is not. In times of peace, food arrives on our tables without questions. But in times of crisis, food becomes fragile. It can be cut off, controlled, or even used as a weapon of war. In this matter, our political group firmly stresses that it is our collective responsibility to condemn this practice wherever it occurs and whoever the victims may be. Ukraine is the central focus of this report, with some references to Gaza. Frankly, a more balanced approach would have been preferable in order to clearly affirm the general principle that should apply to all member states and all contexts alike. Because food security is first and foremost a universal human rights issue. So today the key question is no longer how much food is produced or traded globally. Food security must now be measured beyond exports, markets or trade flows. As UN Special Rapporteur Michael Fakhri has reminded us, it is about people's ability to feed themselves with dignity, autonomy and stability. And it is not only a question of quantity, but also of quality, nutritional value and health. This means investing and building in sustainable food systems that strengthen rural communities, ensure social justice, and make the food supply chain more resilient to war, geopolitical crisis, and climate change, including the protection of water, soil, and air. As we discuss Ukraine's recovery, we fully support the reconstruction of its agricultural sector and its path towards European Union membership. At the same time, reconstruction should be more than simply restoring production and exports. Dear colleagues, we face a double challenge: protecting our food system from conflicts and geopolitical crises and ensuring they remain sustainable in the face of biodiversity loss and climate change. The extreme temperatures affecting Europe today remind us that food security also depends on environmental sustainability, and we must never forget that food itself is used as a weapon. Let us learn from the lessons of the past, be prepared for geopolitical crisis, and build resilience to climate change. Thank you, Larissa, for your report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call Ms. Carmen Leite on behalf of EPP.
Presidente, estimados colegas, en nombre de mi grupo quiero felicitar a la ponente por este report que hoy somete a nuestra consideración. Es un texto equilibrado y valiente que sitúa el derecho humano a la alimentación en el centro de nuestras responsabilidades políticas y morales. Desde el Partido Popular compartimos plenamente la premisa fundamental del texto. La alimentación no puede convertirse en un arma de guerra ni en un instrumento de presión geopolítica. Y, sin embargo, eso es exactamente lo que estamos viendo en distintos escenarios. La destrucción deliberada de infraestructuras agrícolas, el bloqueo de puertos, la negación de ayuda humanitaria o el saqueo de recursos esenciales constituyen violaciones flagrantes del derecho internacional humanitario. El informe lo expresa con claridad. La destrucción de la infraestructura agrícola ucraniana ha desestabilizado gravemente la seguridad alimentaria mundial y también recoge con precisión la gravedad de la situación en Gaza, donde solo el 1,5% de la tierra cultivable es accesible y millones de personas viven en niveles extremos de inseguridad alimentaria. Acabamos de vivir lo que supuso el cierre por parte de Irán del estrecho de Hormuz, pérdidas de 40.000 millones de euros. Estos datos no son cifras, son vidas humanas, son generaciones enteras cuyo futuro estamos comprometiendo. Desde el Partido Popular defendemos que hay que actuar con unidad, firmeza y responsabilidad. Apoyamos decididamente el esfuerzo de los mecanismos internacionales de responsabilidad y rendición de cuentas, incluida la investigación de crímenes relacionados con el uso del hambre como método de guerra. El apoyo a la reconstrucción agrícola de Ucrania, clave no solo para su recuperación como país, sino para la estabilidad alimentaria global. La exigencia de acceso humanitario pleno, seguro y sostenido para la población civil en Gaza. La apertura permanente del estrecho de Hormuz. La necesidad de fortalecer la resiliencia de nuestros sistemas alimentarios, diversificando cadenas de suministro, apoyando a los pequeños productores y reduciendo dependencias estratégicas que pueden ser utilizadas como palanca de presión. Desde el Consejo de Europa debemos mandar un mensaje claro y firme. Este informe nos ofrece una hoja de ruta clara para hacerlo. Por todo ello, reitero mi felicitación a la ponente y expreso el apoyo del Partido Popular a esta resolución que refuerza nuestros valores, nuestra seguridad y nuestra responsabilidad internacional. También quiero felicitar a Mr. Ayal Anraki por su excelente trabajo que refleja con rigor los profundos cambios que está acometiendo Marruecos, ejemplo de cómo las reformas estructurales pueden contribuir a la estabilidad regional y a la seguridad alimentaria. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much. And I now call last speaker on behalf of groups, Madame Alexandra Schoss, on behalf of European Conservatives. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, food is not a commodity. It is the most fundamental condition of human life. And as this report widely demonstrates, it has become one of the most ruthlessly weaponized instruments of modern warfare. Our group supports the core thrust of this resolution. The destruction of Ukraine's agriculture infrastructure by the Russian Federation, its granaries, irrigation systems, ports and farmland is not collateral damage. It is a deliberate strategy. But I guess that is war, and that has been a strategy since centuries. But we wish to go further, because this report also raises a question that goes beyond the immediate crisis. Why are our food systems so fragile in the first place? The answer, colleagues, lies in decades of excessive dependence on concentrated global supply chains, financialized commodity markets, and the erosion of domestic productive capacity. When Russia's invasion began, global food prices surged, not because global stocks were insufficient, but because panic in financial markets amplified every uncertainty into a price shock. This is not resilience, this is structural vulnerability. That is why my group strongly supports the amendments calling on member states to recognize the strategic importance of sovereign food production capacity. A nation that cannot feed itself is a nation that can be coerced. This is not protectionism, this is national security. The American case study underlines this point with striking clarity. Morocco has invested heavily in modern, export-oriented agriculture, and yet remains dangerously exposed to global price volatility and water scarcity. The lesson is clear. Export competitiveness cannot substitute for food resilience. Small and medium-sized farmers, local supply chains, diversified production, these are not romantic relics of the past. As experience of wartime has proven, they are the backbone of food security when logistics fail and ports are blocked. Some may argue that emphasizing national food sovereignty risks undermining the multilateral trading system. Our response is simple. A trading system that turns food into a geopolitical weapon is a system that has already failed its primary purpose. We therefore need to protect domestic agricultural producers from unfair import competition, to invest in local food systems, and to resist the temptation to treat food merely as a line item in a trade deal. Dear colleagues, let me close with this. Food security is not only a technical issue, it is a political choice about whose interests we put first, global financial markets or the people who need to eat. The right to food is not fulfilled by a free trade agreement. It is fulfilled by a field that can be planted, a harvest that can be stored, and a supply chain that cannot be held hostage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to individual speakers list. First is Mr. Stamatis from Greece. The floor is yours.
First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Mauri for this first report in the hemicycle from the delegation of Morocco. And from this floor, allow me to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for invitation last week to be a speaker in Hate Speech Week, No Hate Speech Week in the United Nations. And now allow me to speak in Greek. Κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι, οι Ουκρανοί πριν πολλά χρόνια στον Κολοντόμορ και οι Έλληνες πριν 80 χρόνια από τους Ναζί ξέρουν πολύ καλά τι σημαίνει σε συνθήκες πολέμου να μην έχεις να φας. Πεθαίνανε κάθε μέρα, χιλιάδες και χιλιάδες. Και αυτό καταδεικνύει τη σκληρότητα του τότε σοβιετικού καθεστώτος και του τότε ναζιστικού καθεστώτος. Οι επόμενοι πόλεμοι θα γίνονται για το νερό και για το φαγητό. Ταυτόχρονα όμως η πρόσβαση ή η μη πρόσβαση στο φαγητό και στο νερό δεν είναι μόνο ότι χρησιμοποιείται ως όπλο πολέμου, είναι ότι δημιουργεί και κοινωνικές ανισότητες. Και αυτό πρέπει να μας προβληματίσει. Χαίρομαι που η έκθεση του Μαρόκο δείχνει μια νέα διάσταση και δείχνει τελικά όχι ότι είναι τόσο κοντά στην Ευρώπη, ότι ανήκει στην Ευρώπη. Η έκθεση της Λαρίσα τι μας λέει τι συμβαίνει αυτή τη στιγμή στην Ουκρανία και πώς πρέπει να βοηθήσουμε την Ουκρανία και ουσιαστικά να βοηθήσουμε όλο τον κόσμο. Οι πρώτοι που επηρεάστηκαν από την επιστημιστική κρίση στην Ουκρανία ήταν οι φτωχοί άνθρωποι στην Αφρική. Στόχος μας δεν είναι να φτιάξουμε διαδρόμους φαγητού, είναι να φτιάξουμε διαδρόμους ειρήνης. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. And I call Mr. Moon from United Kingdom. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Muraz, Chair. International conflicts in Iran, Gaza and Ukraine have seen millions of innocent people suffering from the food security crisis. Since March, agricultural and cereal prices have risen by 3% and 4% respectively. Disruptions to oil, gas and fertilizer flows through the Strait of Hormuz drove a 46% month-on-month rise in urea prices and increased agricultural prices by 8%, intensifying the affordability crisis. Maize and wheat prices, which were 5% and 11% higher, are driving the increase in cereal prices. As ever, it is the poorest and most vulnerable that suffer most. But there are domestic actions that can lift this cost of living crisis. I'm incredibly proud that in the UK, the Labour government has introduced household measures such as increasing the minimum wage, increasing the number of children receiving free school meals, and scrapping the two-child benefit cap that will lift over 500,000 British children out of poverty. But we need to go further and faster. As the report states, reinforcing public mechanisms for regulating and coordinating agricultural markets, in particular through the establishment of food reserves, emergency mechanisms to protect against price spikes, and strengthening international cooperation to protect maritime food supply routes and humanitarian shipping corridors, essential for global security from geopolitical disruptions. De-escalation of the current conflicts in Ukraine, Iran and Gaza is not just a political and social imperative, it is a moral imperative. And it's time to implement Resolution 2577, guaranteeing the human right to food. Finally, I would like to thank the authors of such an important report.
Thank you. I call now Mr. Sobolev from Ukraine.
Thank you. For thousands and thousands of years, food was a way how to survive mankind. But when food in the times, especially of war, in the hands of bloody dictators, it's a way how to give death for millions of people. I want to thank Larissa Bilazier for her excellent report. I want to thank all reporters because it's the open discussion on the themes that was closed for a long period of time. It's not a theme about Ukraine. Ukraine will survive even in the case of war. We have enough food. It's about Africa. It's about Asia. It's about Middle East. It's about all mankind. Because our agrarian production, it's not a competition with European farmers. It's a real support how to survive mankind in these circumstances. I am from Zaporizhia, where Kakhovskaya Dam was exploded. You can't even imagine what does it mean. 4 times less water, but it's not only agriculture. And millions of people who got water from Dnieper River can't get it. And only because we investigated millions of hryvnias for this process, we save these people. You must understand that now this weapon, as a wheat weapon, Russians used when they tried to use our grain, our corn in world markets. We found just a week ago that they use this weapon even in Iran. They gave for Iran our wheat and our corn. You can imagine this. So thank you very much for this theme, and I think that all these items in this report and recommendations are very important. Please support them.
Thank you. I call now Baroness Coffey from UK. The floor is yours.
Ensuring sustainable food security is essential for maintaining global stability. By solving the issue of access to food and overcoming hunger as a tool of war, the international community can build resilience and promote sustainable development and long-lasting peace. These are the closing words of the resolution first tabled by our rapporteur, Mrs. Bilazier, back in October 2024 that led to this report. And while I think the broader issue on food security in crisis is well covered in the other report we are debating, I fully understand her focus on Ukraine, while also recognising the issues in Africa, and in that I think especially of Sudan. Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe, and amidst the turmoil of war, it was truly extraordinary that the farmers of Ukraine managed to get so much of the harvests in, particularly originally back in 22. And at a time when Ukrainians have been suffering so much, the initiative to get grain from Ukraine to some of the poorest and most vulnerable people in the world has been a act of truly global humanity at its very best. I also commend the ongoing actions of Ukrainian farmers. Agri-exports have shown remarkable wartime resilience, accounting for almost 2/3 of Ukraine's export value. Now, turning to Mr. Amroui's report regarding Morocco, I think there are many lessons for us all to consider on sustainable food production, particularly on how to use the very precious resource of water. One element it did not cover, though, is gene editing, so we can get cultivars of current food types, accelerating the natural process, so we can have climate-resilient and pest-resistant crops. The UK legislated to do this 3 years ago, and we are at an early stage of exploiting the science, with farmers working together with growers and scientists in order to truly protect our domestic food security. I encourage other countries to embrace this technology soon.
Thank you very much. I call now Mr. McCleary from United Kingdom. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. My thanks to Ms. Bilazir for bringing this very relevant report. I saw the minefields she spoke of when I visited Kherson a few weeks ago. Hundreds of sticks marking out Russian mines, making vast swathes of some of the best farmland in the world unusable. That is hybrid warfare on food security. And let's be clear, food security is national security. When families cannot afford healthy food, that is a social crisis. When farmers cannot make a living, that is an economic crisis. When a nation cannot rely on resilient food supply, that is a security crisis. If we are serious about food security, we must be serious about supporting those who produce our food. In the UK, only 1 in 20 farmers is under the age of 35. That should concern all of us. Without a new generation entering agriculture, we risk losing skills, expertise, and domestic resilience. During this PACE session, we have all experienced the impact of climate change, with soaring temperatures here in Strasbourg. Just today, the UK recorded its highest ever June temperature. The impact of climate change on our society and our food systems is enormous, and we have to adapt. In any future conflict, Europe's food supply and environment will be a priority target. Europe cannot fight a war if it cannot feed its own citizens. We must build resilience into our changing climate and the deliberate threats of an era of hybrid warfare. But food security is about more than production alone. It is about nutrition. It is about tackling food poverty, supporting local supply chains, and ensuring children understand where their food actually comes from. Across Europe, we need food systems that are resilient, sustainable, and fair, investing in rural communities, supporting farmers through periods of crisis, protecting our natural environment, and strengthening domestic production. A nation cannot be truly secure if it cannot feed itself. Food security deserves the same strategic attention that we rightly give to energy security and national defence, just as we must come together to invest in drones and ships to secure Europe. We must do the same with our food security. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now Mr. Lacroix from Belgium. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, permettez-moi tout d'abord de remercier les rapporteurs pour la grande qualité de leurs travaux. L'accès à une alimentation suffisante, saine et durable n'est pas une variable d'ajustement, c'est même plutôt un droit fondamental. Et en particulier, il nécessite de réaffirmer le rôle central des parlements dans la régulation de nos systèmes alimentaires. La souveraineté alimentaire ne peut exister sans souveraineté parlementaire. Ce sont nos assemblées qui doivent fixer les règles du jeu plutôt que le marché, protéger l'intérêt général et empêcher que les logiques purement financières ne prennent le dessus sur les besoins humanitaires essentiels. Et je souhaite partager une initiative très modeste que j'ai portée au Parlement belge, une proposition visant à interdire la spéculation sur les denrées alimentaires. Car dans un contexte de crise, lorsque les prix flambent, lorsque des millions de personnes basculent dans l'insécurité alimentaire, il est tout simplement inacceptable que certains puissent tirer profit de la volatilité des marchés alimentaires et engrangent des bénéfices énormes et indignes en affamant parfois et même très souvent artificiellement les populations. La nourriture n'est pas une marchandise comme les autres, elle ne peut être réduite à un actif financier. Et les exemples évoqués aujourd'hui, notamment la résilience développée dans des contextes difficiles comme en Ukraine ou les stratégies déployées au Maroc, montrent que des solutions existent. Elles doivent en outre s'accompagner d'un cadre politique clair, ambitieux et démocratique légitime. Enfin, nous devons penser cette question à l'échelle internationale, car aucune nation ne peut seule garantir sa sécurité alimentaire. Cela suppose coopération, régulation et solidarité. La sécurité alimentaire n'est pas seulement un enjeu agricole ou économique, c'est un enjeu de dignité, c'est un enjeu de stabilité, c'est un enjeu de paix et à ce titre, elle mérite une mobilisation pleine et entière de nos parlements. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I call now Mr. Wiechel from Sweden. The floor is yours.
Distinguished colleagues, Russia's full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine is not only an attack on a sovereign nation, it's also an attack on food itself. Before the invasion, Ukraine fed approximately 400 million people worldwide. Today, Russian forces have devastated its agricultural heartland. Ports have been blocked, grain silos bombed, and hundreds of thousands of hectares mined. Energy infrastructure has been systematically targeted to cripple food production and storage. The World Bank estimates damages to Ukraine's agricultural sector at over 90 billion euros. As a result, around 5 million Ukrainians now face moderate or severe food insecurity. This is starvation as a method of warfare, a clear violation of international humanitarian law and the Rome Statute. By attacking one of the world's most important grain exporters, Russia has also destabilized global food security, driving up prices and intensifying hunger far beyond Ukraine's borders. Yet, Ukraine's farmers continue to show heroic resilience, developing cutting-edge expertise in demining and rapid restoration of farmland. We must act decisively. Fully support Ukraine's agricultural reconstruction plan, strengthen the register of damage for full compensation, maintain sanctions on Russian agricultural inputs, and ensure accountability through the International Criminal Court. Colleagues, the right to food is a fundamental human right. Russia has weaponized it, so we must stand explicitly with Ukraine until victory. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now Mr. Gedvilas from Lithuania. The floor is yours. You have to insert the card. No hurry.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, food security is no longer only an agricultural issue. It's a matter of national security. The war in Ukraine has shown us that food can be used as a weapon. Destroyed farms, mined fields, and blocked ports affects not only one nation, but entire regions and millions of people. Behind every statistics stands a human story, a parent wondering how to feed their child, a family forced to leave its home, not because it seeks a better future, but because it can no longer survive where it lives. We must also recognize another consequences. Food insecurity fuels migration. When people lose access to food, they often lose hope and are forced to move. Therefore, strengthening food security is also a way to reduce future migration pressure. Europe must become more resilient by supporting local food production, protecting critical infrastructure, and reducing strategic dependence on hostile regimes. Food should never be used as a tool of war or political pressure. Hunger must never become a weapon. Let us be clear. No child should ever become a casualty of a war fought through hunger. Food must remain a source of life, never a weapon of power. Because a Europe that cannot protect food security will struggle to protect peace itself. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now Ms. Boriana Aberg from Sweden. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, for there to be food on our tables, someone must produce it. It is a simple truth, yet it underpins every function in society. Farmers sustain this foundation even in time of crisis. They are central to our preparedness and resilience. In recent years, we have become painfully aware of how vulnerable global supply chains can be. A strong agricultural sector is therefore not only a question of economic policy, it is a question of security. This report draws our attention to Ukraine, where we see in its most brutal form what it means to be a farmer in wartime. Ukraine is one of the world's most important agricultural nations. Today, however, Ukrainian farmers work under life-threatening conditions. Large areas of farmland are mined or littered with unexploded ordnance. Many farmers are, in effect, forced to act as deminers, risking their lives simply to sow and to harvest. They contend with shelling, drone attacks, and the constant presence of war, and they face enormous practical obstacles. Despite all this, they continue. They continue to produce food, not only for their own country, but for much of the world. That is nothing less than an act of courage and of responsibility. What we are witnessing in Ukraine reminds us of something we too often take for granted. Food is not produced by systems or by policies. It is produced by people. Farmers who rise early, who work in all conditions, who take risk, economic risk, and in Ukraine's case, risk to their very lives. We must continue to stand with Ukraine and with its farmers because in the end, it concerns something fundamental. Without farmers, there is no food, and without food, there is no society.
Thank you. I call now Mr. Casey from Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Firstly, can I thank both rapporteurs for their reports this evening. In Resolution 2577, this Assembly was clear. The right to food is a fundamental human right in times of peace and in times of war. The draft resolution before us today builds directly on that principle, and the urgency could not be greater. According to the 2026 Global Report on Food Crisis, 266 million across 47 countries face acute food insecurity in 2025. With fewer than 4 years to 2030, we are not only off track under Sustainable Development Goal number 2, we are failing to deliver on the right we have already recognised. The draft resolution rightly identifies conflict, climate shocks and the geopolitical disturbance as key drivers. The conflicts in Ukraine, the Gulf and the disruption in the Straits of Hormuz shows how fragile global food systems remain. Nearly 1/3 of the global fertiliser trade passes through this route, and as the FAO has warned, within 6 to 12 months, fertiliser shortages could reduce agricultural yields, driving higher food prices and worsening food insecurity in 26 and 27. The human consequences are stark. The UN Development Programme estimated 30 million people could be pushed into poverty, while the World Food Programme warns that 45 million more could face hunger, particularly in Africa and Asia. These risks are compounded by the projected Super El Niño, bringing extreme droughts and floods. Colleagues, hunger is not inevitable. By supporting this resolution, we reaffirm that food security is a human rights obligation and the foundation for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now Mr. Reader from United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends, we do live in a more volatile world. Humanitarian crises, economic shocks, environmental breakdown, climate change, war, they're no longer rare interruptions. They are unfortunately the status quo that we live with. And each one of those crises tests our nations on whether we can feed our people, and each one finds new weaknesses in our global food system. I'd like to thank the rapporteur for her work on this report. We have worked together on a series of amendments, and I think her leadership of the report has been fantastic. But I want to use my 2 minutes here to set out what I see as a sustainable food system. A secure food system is one that can absorb shocks and keep functioning. It prioritises regenerative and sustainable farming so that the land we depend on stays productive for generations to come. It builds resilient, productive food production and manufacturing at home rather than hollowing it out in the name of efficiency. It means we protect the people who actually grow, harvest, produce and move our food. A food system that exploits workers is not resilient, it is brittle. It treats energy security as food security because energy is embedded in the food we grow, and when energy costs spike, food costs follow. It means building our own fertiliser and input capability so that dictators, unstable regimes and shocks thousands of miles away do not decide what our farmers can and can't grow. And as the report sets out, it means regional food solidarity so that our neighbours coordinate and support one another in times of crisis rather than retreating behind our own borders. Now, the report recognises that resilience is built, not assumed, and that productive capability, fair trade and planning for crises are not separate issues. They're all part of one system. And that brings me to the heart of it. We protect our borders, we protect our energy, and we must make sure we also protect our food system, because food security is national security. Until we govern that way, we are leaving ourselves vulnerable to crises time after time. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now Ms. Gören from Turkey.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier la rapporteuse pour son travail. Le rapport met en lumière la catastrophe humanitaire qui se déroule sous nos yeux à Gaza. La majorité de la population de Gaza est confrontée à un risque réel de famine. Les terres agricoles ont été détruites, l'élevage a été anéanti et plus grave encore, la pêche, qui constituait l'un des moyens de subsistance essentiels de la population, a été totalement interdite. À ce stade, nous devons rappeler que la tragédie vécue à Gaza ne se résume pas à des statistiques. Il s'agit d'une réalité humaine bouleversante. Je ne parlerai pas du nombre de camions de denrées alimentaires bloqués, ni du nombre d'enfants condamnés à la faim pendant des jours. Je voudrais vous parler de Mohamed Abou Jiab. Mohamed était un garçon de 15 ans qui pêchait pour éviter que sa famille ne souffre de la faim. Le 7 juin, il a été tué à Dar el-Bala par les forces israéliennes. Il est devenu l'un des quelques 240 pêcheurs tués depuis le 7 octobre. Chers collègues, il est de notre devoir humain de garantir l'acheminement immédiat et sans entrave de l'aide humanitaire à Gaza. Face aux chocs géopolitiques mondiaux, Turquie a toujours mené une diplomatie constructive, pacifique et humaniste. Comme le souligne également ce rapport, l'initiative céréalière de la mer Noire a constitué un exemple historique dans la prévention d'une crise alimentaire mondiale en période de conflit. J'appelle tous les États membres à prendre des mesures concrètes afin de construire un ordre alimentaire juste, fondé sur les droits humains, dans lequel la nourriture ne soit jamais utilisée comme une arme contre les populations et où aucun enfant ne soit condamné à la faim. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I call Mr. Gonacherko from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank Rapporteur for excellent job done. This is a super important report. And I want to be frank with you, when this report was prepared and during the committee meeting and with amendments we're looking at during the committee meeting, I heard from some members, they said to me, you know, it should be more general, too much Ukraine here. Dear colleagues, it shouldn't be this way. Ukraine is the country which makes the biggest input to the world food security from all member states of the Council of Europe. 400 million people in the world are dependent from calories from Ukrainian crops. And these crops is harvested besides minefields, under Syrians and under Russian missiles and drones attacks. That's a front line that feeds the world. Just imagine this. And the same is happening when we just need your support just to give our goods the way to the markets, our agricultural goods, our metal. And again we hear, oh, you know, we need to protect our industry. Oh, we have in Belgium Russian plant, and we can't put sanctions on this because some people will lose their jobs. But listen, we need this support. When we now hear that there will be CBAM tariffs, it's ecological tariffs on Ukrainian industry and Ukrainian factories. It's crazy. You cannot decarbonize the plant under fire. We're not asking to lower your standards. We are asking you not to apply peacetime standards on the country which is in the full-scale invasion. Please help us. Let our goods to go to your markets, and we will feed ourselves, and we will ask less from you. It's about agriculture, it's about metal, it's about everything else. Food security of the world is dependent from Ukraine, from Odessa, where we made Black Sea Forum, where we spoke about this and Russia again attacked our harbor, again attacked the vessels coming to Odessa, because they want people to starve. Let us stop this together. People have a right for food, and that is something which Ukraine provides people with, even during the full-time war, which we have today in our country. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. I call now Ms. Maria Mezenteva-Fedorenko. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. I would like to congratulate both of our rapporteurs for this brilliant work, Madam Larissa Bilazir, regardless bumpy road of this report, and of course the Moroccan delegation, in the face of Mr. Armoui. This is the first report we're facing on behalf of the Moroccan delegation, so congratulations. Colleagues, I would like to thank my Greek colleague, Mr. Georgios Stamatis, for mentioning something very emotional, not only to my family, but to millions of Ukrainians and European families, because we went through a terrible waves of starvation in the 20th century. And if our grandmothers and grandparents wouldn't survive, we wouldn't be speaking in front of you. Russia, as the aggressor to all of our member states, is using directly food as a method of weapon, starvation, killing. Currently, we understand that we all need to look at the concrete figures and to invest in our future so the starvation would never take place. And this is about planning for 2026, 2028. This is about demining of the agriculture fields. This is about securing our sky so that the drones and rockets wouldn't simply be killing agrarians at the fields during the harvest season. This is about the fact that if we don't act today on the demining, it can take us 700 years to see our fields safe. We, of course, need to record all the war crimes because they are genocidal crimes, as many of our resolutions reconfirmed. We have to dig into these war crimes, record those who are making the orders, put them in the sanctions personal list, and of course send a clear message today. Food security is about human rights and paramount right to access for food. Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much. I call now Mr. Fernandez from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'accès à l'alimentation est un droit qui devrait être universel. Pourtant, la précarité alimentaire demeure massive. Les dérèglements climatiques et les crises économiques aggravent encore cette situation. Ces crises révèlent surtout les failles de nos systèmes alimentaires soumis aux logiques de profit, à la spéculation et à la concentration des marchés entre quelques multinationales. La guerre menée par la Russie contre l'Ukraine en est une illustration majeure. La destruction des terres et des infrastructures agricoles, le minage des champs et le pillage des céréales affectent directement la population ukrainienne, mais aussi des millions de personnes dans le monde. À Gaza, l'instrumentalisation de l'alimentation atteint un degré extrême. Depuis octobre 2023, les bombardements israéliens ont détruit les capacités de production et de distribution alimentaire. Seuls 1,5% des terrains agricoles demeurent aujourd'hui accessibles. La pêche est interdite, le cheptel a été décimé et après avoir illicitement bloqué l'aide humanitaire, le gouvernement de Netanyahou n'en autorise l'entrée qu'en quantité infime. Mais bien avant le début du génocide, près de la moitié de la population de Gaza souffrait déjà d'insécurité alimentaire aiguë en raison du blocus imposé par Israël. Depuis, les morts liées à la malnutrition et à la déshydratation se sont multipliées. En août 2025, Gaza est entrée en phase de famine. Aujourd'hui encore, la majorité de la population demeure en situation d'urgence alimentaire avec un risque permanent de retour à la famine. Comme le souligne le rapport, le statut d'observateur auprès de notre Assemblée implique pourtant le respect des valeurs du Conseil de l'Europe. Or, l'instrumentalisation de la faim par Israël est en contradiction absolue avec les droits humains que nous défendons. Comment pouvons-nous prétendre défendre partout l'état de droit, la démocratie et les droits humains tout en refusant de débattre de la suspension du statut d'observateur du Parlement d'un État qui commet un génocide? Je remercie la rapporteure de nous permettre d'aborder ce sujet crucial aujourd'hui dans cet hémicycle. Merci à vous.
Thank you very much. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table offers for publication in the official report. Speeches must not exceed 400 words. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. In a moment, I shall call Ms. Bilozir and Mr. Amaru, rapporteurs, to reply. You have 3 minutes each. Mr. Amaru, you have the first floor to respond to the debate. The floor is yours.
Président, moi je voudrais surtout remercier tous mes collègues pour les gentils mots adressés à la délégation marocaine. Je continuerai à dire que ce rapport d'information n'aurait pas pu être fait sans, bien sûr, l'appui de Madame la Présidente, que je remercie, et mes chers amis du secrétariat, et que aussi grâce à une vision de collégialité et de coopération qu'entretient le Maroc avec nos partenaires européens. Et que j'espère que ce premier rapport soit le début d'un nouveau cycle de partenariat entre le Maroc, si proche donc, de l'Europe, et aussi qu'il soit donc, le début de rapports d'information sur des sujets aussi pour lesquels le Maroc peut apporter une expérience, peut apporter une vision. La question de l'eau au Maroc est une véritable réalité, bien sûr que nous essayons de faire face. Les changements climatiques aujourd'hui sont de notoriété publique et que mon pays, bien sûr, en subit les conséquences de façon frontale. Et que cette situation ne concerne pas que le Maroc, mais beaucoup de pays aussi au niveau du pourtour méditerranéen. Et malheureusement, cela concernera encore d'autres pays. Et que la gestion de l'eau devrait être donc notre priorité, donc à l'avenir, notre essentielle priorité en Europe, dans le monde, parce que sans eau, il n'y aurait pas de vie. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I call now Ms. Bilozir to have her final remarks.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank our Committee on Social Affairs and our Secretariat. It was very challenging, but I think the outcome will be very good, thanks to your contributions. And also, I want to thank you for your vital contributions and your you speaking in the whole. Each speech was very vital and very important from different angles of view. But I also want to thank for your deeds, for your countries, for your people that did for Ukraine in such a hard time of war. Black Sea initiative that was provided by Turkey with the support of UN. Then grain from Ukraine, now food from Ukraine, helping us to bring food to the most vulnerable from Middle East, from North Africa to Asia. World Food Organization. Each of your government had contributed to these programs. To the EU for the solidarity lanes. Of course, we have to understand that Black Sea is the main route of export, and it's 95% of the export goes through this. But how the EU was evacuating not only people, receiving people, but the grain from Ukraine, that actually also, like in the Strait of Hormuz, influenced a lot the world prices. Maybe some with some speculation, but still. And actually what your governments and what the EU and what the members of Council of Europe has done is very important. And that was evacuating food for the most vulnerable, those who are facing the hunger. And I just want to understand that aggressors are using food as a weapon. How they do this? They are taking over. We are talking a lot about Ukraine, but you have to know Russia is #1 in the export of grain and corn. They are taking over. When we are now quarreling sometimes on the competitions and so on, they are taking over these markets, and they are manipulating with this, buying the loyalties of the countries. And together with you, we can make this soft power, provide these countries with the food security and with the food. And of course, we all here in Council of Europe, Ukraine is also very invested in agriculture. And your countries can be an example, global leaders in sustainable agri-food production, standard setting on which we talked a lot about, regional stability, global food security, enhancing our strategical soft powers for those countries that are most dependent on food imports. Because aggressors, they are not only trading as grain, they are buying loyalty and overtaking markets. They influence these countries. And this is already geopolitics through food, not just trade. And this is what weaponization of food is, which we must not let happen. Thank you to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the chairperson, Ms. Kluit, do you want to take the floor? The floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Yes, the chair would like to do it. And first of all, to compliment both reporters, because we have a historical moment in the Parliament today with the first report for information by the Moroccan delegation. And I'm very happy that it's our member of the subcommittee, Mr. Amrouai, who is very eloquent describing what happens in Morocco. And I think we should celebrate that we expand our debate with Partners for Democracy. Then, Larissa, this was your first report, and she took on a really big job, not only working for people with hunger, but also for her own country, which is not easy. And I think you did a great job. The motion started with the right to food report that the committee made. The right to food is a basic right for every human being, and the right to food is sustainable food, it is nutritious, and it is locally produced, so it is makes you resilient in times of crisis. We had hearings with the farmers of Ukraine, which were really touching. They produce in extremely difficult conditions, and they indeed feed a lot of people who are in really difficult situations, even though they are themselves also in difficult situations. Then we heard about the hungering in Gaza, the starvation in Gaza of the most vulnerable of people. And this is, I did not think I would live, and I think most of our members did not think they would live in a time where starvation would be used in times of war, and people who were looking for food, were lining up for food, were being shot as they were looking for relief. And even when they were going there, it was not only unsafe or difficult to get the food, but also it was extremely unsafe to get to the locations. So the solutions we find for these problems are urgent, and they are well described in the report, and they are also well described in all universal laws that are on humanitarian aspects of warfare. And I feel I must stress, and I think I do this in the name of my committee, for sure, that our countries should take steps and to be as stern as possible when food is used in times of war, because it's the most cruel way to hurt civilians in a society. So before I quit, I want to thank the Secretariat, because they worked also extremely hard, and they learned me so much this afternoon about the procedures, amongst which a new form of amendment I did not know, the oral conciliation amendment. So thank you, President.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development has presented a draft resolution entitled Ensuring Sustainable Food Security in Time of Crisis, Strengthening Resilience and Access to Food, to which 14 amendments have been tabled. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendments 7 and 12 to the draft resolutions, which were unanimously approved by the committee, be declared definitely approved. Is that so, Ms. Klut? If no one objects, I will consider amendments to be accepted. Is there an objection to Amendments 7 and 12? If there is no objection, Amendments 7 and 12 to the draft resolution therefore are accepted and will not be called. I understand the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendments 4, 8, 1 and 10 to the draft resolution, which was rejected by committee with a two-thirds majority, be declared definitely rejected. I understand that Amendments 11, 6, 9 and 3 to the draft resolution were also rejected by committee with a two-thirds majority. However, because Amendments 11, 6, 9 and 3 are subject to oral amendments, they will still be taken separately. I understand that Amendment 2 to the draft resolution were rejected by committee with a two-thirds majority. However, because Amendment 2 is consequential upon Amendment 9, it will still be taken separately. Is that so, Ms. Kluit? Yes. Thank you. If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be rejected. Is there an objection? If no, amendments 4, 8, 1 and 10 to the draft resolution are therefore rejected and will not be called. Okay. I call now Ms. Aurora Floridia to support Amendment 5. You have 30 seconds.
Yes, this amendment is consistent with UN Security Council Resolution 2417 and strengthens the coherence of the report by covering cases where military support may contribute to violations of international humanitarian law, including the destruction of food systems and starvation risk. It deserves your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? If not, I shall. What is the opinion of committee on amendment?
In favor.
Thank you. I shall put now the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Thank you. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. Okay. Amendment 5 is agreed to. Amendment number 11 and oral sub-amendments. I call Mr. Michael Reeder to support Amendment 11. You have 30 seconds.
This amendment makes sure we recognise that the ability of nations and people to feed themselves is critical to food security. The report rightly diagnoses the dangers of dependence on concentrated global markets, and this proposes that resilience is built on sustainable local production, diverse supply chains, and on the regional solidarity that is so clear in the report.
Thank you. I have been informed that the committee wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment as follows. In Amendment 11, replace the word sovereign in lines 2 and 6 with the word sustainable. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order and under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? If no, okay. Okay, I call Ms. Bilozer to support her oral sub-amendments. Ms. Bilozer?
Yes, we just replace, as you said, the sovereign on the sustainable productive capacity as it's...
Microphone, please. Can you stand up?
Yes, I do support. I do support this oral amendment. We agreed on this. Just one word that would be substituted: sovereign productive capacity to sustainable and sustainable local food production, and it's in line with the report. And we are talking about sustainable here because sovereign it's a little bit very specific concept that is more political and from the certain associations that promote it, and we wanted to be neutral and take into consideration that sustainable is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? If not, what is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Reader? You are all to go. Thank you. So you're okay with it. Committee is obviously in favor, and I will put now the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The oral sub-amendment is agreed to. We will now consider the main amendment as amended with oral amendment. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? If not, what is the opinion of the committee of the amendment? Yes.
We are in favor.
Thank you. I shall now put the amendment as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. And the amendment 11 is agreed to. Amendment number 6. I understand that Ms. Lesia Vasilenko wishes to withdraw Amendment 6 in favor of the compromise amendment. Does anybody else wishes to move it? If not, Amendment 6 is withdrawn. I have received an oral amendment from Ms. Bilozir, which reads as follows. Replace paragraph 10.1 with the following text. Support any mechanism and courts responsible for documenting, investigating, prosecuting and adjudicating international crimes, including the use of starvation as method of warfare and the weaponization of critical civilian infrastructure. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria. Is there any opposition to amendment being debated? No? That is not the case. I therefore call Ms. Bilozir to support her oral amendment. The floor is yours. You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is indeed clarification and conciliation amendment, and it just put into place more broader understanding of that courts do not investigate solely, but support any mechanism and courts responsible for documenting, investigating, prosecuting, and adjudicating, because courts are adjudicating international crimes. So we just made it more clear and more precise in legal terminology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral amendment? If not, the committee is obviously in favor. I shall now put the oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. And the oral amendment is agreed to. Sorry? Amendment number 9. I understand that Ms. Lesia Vasilenko wishes to withdraw Amendment 9 in favor of a compromise amendment. Does anyone else wishes to move it? If not, Amendment 9 is withdrawn. I have received an oral amendment from Ms. Bilozir, which reads as follows. In paragraph 13.3, after the port infrastructure, insert the following text, including stationary and mobile port safety shelters. In my opinion, oral amendments meets the criteria. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? If not, this is not the case. I therefore call Ms. Bilozir to support her oral amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Very important amendment. Actually, I just returned, and we together with Xavier that organized Black Sea Security Forum. We were in Odessa, and it's been bombed daily. And they are bombing not only ports, but also the international vessels from Turkey, from Panama, from Indonesia, and killing the teams of these vessels. And we need for them to provide this stationary and mobile port safety shelters to preserve their lives. So it's very important. So we ask to support.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wishes to speak against this oral amendment? If not, the committee is obviously in favor. I shall now put the oral amendment to vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. And the oral amendment is agreed to. I call now Mr. Alexei Gonachenko to support Amendment 2. You have 30 seconds.
I withdraw this amendment as we...
Okay.
I withdraw this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wishes to support this amendment? If not, the Amendment 2 is withdrawn. I understand that Mr. Gonachenko wishes to withdraw Amendment 3 in favor of compromise amendment. Does anyone else wishes to move it forward? If not, Amendment 3 is also withdrawn. I have received an oral amendment from Ms. Bilozir, which reads as follows. In paragraph 13.4, after the words "to ensure," insert the following words: risk mitigation mechanism and. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? If that is not the case, I call Ms. Bilozir to support this oral amendment.
Very simple. We are adding here risk mitigation and mechanisms. We're talking here about the different approaches. For example, European food security crisis preparedness and response mechanism from the EU that is very effective. It enables to monitor risk, coordinate responses, and here it will be more precise. Also, risk mitigations and mechanisms just to make our food systems more resilient. And to take this a beautiful example, as we had on our hearings, the European Commission officials that is working when we have a crisis.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against this oral amendment? If not, the committee is obviously in favor. I should put now the oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed, and the oral amendment is agreed to. We will move now on amendment number 13. I call Mr. Mike Reeder to support amendment 13. You have 30 seconds.
Crises often bring emergency trade liberalisation, and that can be the right response, but liberalisation without safeguards can undercut the very producers we will rely on for long-term resilience. This amendment mirrors safeguards and recommendations in existing EU and UK-Ukraine agreements, so domestic producers are not destabilised. It's an amendment which promotes both resilience and fairness.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against this amendment? If not, what is the opinion of the committee?
Fair.
Committee is in favor, and I put now this to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed, and the amendment 13 is agreed to. Amendment number 14, I call also Mr. Mike Reeder to support amendment 14. You have 30 seconds.
the millions who grow, harvest, produce and move our food, and too often they're absent from these debates on food security. This amendment ensures that the needs for protection are recognised and grounded in Articles 5 and 6 of the European Social Charter. Decent work and fair wages are not separate from food security. They are part of how we secure it.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wishes to speak against the amendment? What is the opinion of the committee? Committee was in favour, and I shall put it to the vote. The vote is open. Vote is closed. I call for the results, and Amendment 14 is agreed to. And we will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16423 as amended. A simple majority is required. I now open the vote. Thank you. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. And congratulations, the resolution is adopted. This sitting is adjourned. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with agenda approved yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and well done, because that was a tricky part.
It was tricky.